these eagles where we were. Young Jifeng asked with surprise and doubt. You mean, these eagles are being controlled by someone? The only way for owls to communicate is by calling out. No matter how much they look like humans, they will never use whistles made by humans. Only humans can use whistles. But if the sudden appearance of these eagles isn't due to a natural disaster causing the resurrection of ancient creatures, but rather a man-made catastrophe, that would be a completely different matter. Young Jifeng's mind raced, and the more he thought about it, the uglier his expression became. But he didn't stop. Before the next wave of birds found them, he scooped up Song Nansha and carried him in his arms, then kicked the headless donkey brother into his storage ring and turned to leave. As he raced through the mountains and forests, he asked, even if someone is controlling it, how does that person know our location? Song Nansha only asked, if a bird finds someone by its breath, how would a person find another person? The two exchanged a glance. They exclaimed in unison, divine consciousness. Song Nansha immediately said, quickly, seal the sea of consciousness and shield the divine sense. The two of them immediately sealed off their consciousness. And this time they were right. After sealing off their sea of consciousness, they shook off the eagles a few more times, and then none of them caught up with them anymore. But Young Jifeng showed no sign of joy. His face remained somber. Song Nansha's expression was also not very good. By sealing off his consciousness and getting rid of those eagles, Song Nansha's guess was correct. There really was such a person, who was using his divine sense to scan the entire mountain and using whistles to command the eagles, intending to kill them. After a moment of silence, Song Nansha calmly said, when we first fell into the mountains, we didn't seal our consciousness and still managed to avoid the owls. That person shouldn't have been there then. The owls suddenly started chasing us relentlessly after the whistle, which was after the owls had gathered. So, the reason these owls suddenly started gathering is because the whistleblower has arrived. Song Nansha had some guesses in his mind. If someone is indeed controlling the young bird, but this person doesn't come here often, his sudden appearance today, coupled with the commotion Song Nan and the others caused, would undoubtedly lead him to want to kill them to silence them. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Without that persistent whistle, Song Nansha might not have discovered that there was actually a whistle blowing behind these eagles. This unexpected blessing left Song Nansha momentarily speechless, unsure whether he should laugh or not. Before Song Nansha could even process the situation, her ears suddenly twitched. Then she said, no, there's also a whistle. Young Jifeng frowned, but no more young birds are chasing after us. No more owls chased after them, and the whistle hadn't stopped. Song Nansha exclaimed in alarm, oh no. There are still people in these mountains. Knowing that Young Jifeng was faster than her, she jumped onto his back without hesitation, patted his shoulder, and said, go to the place with the most young birds. Save people if you can. Young Jifeng had no objections and carried Song Nan on his back, rushing towards the direction where the young bird's sound was loudest. Before long, they ran into Yili's hole, Jiangji, and their group, who were followed by a large flock of birds. There really was a huge group. Song Nansha felt a chill run down his spine, and Jiangji and the others felt the same way when they saw Song Nansha. The two sides immediately began shouting at each other. Song Nansha cried out in anguish, shut down your sea of consciousness. Shut down your sea of consciousness now. Jiangji roared, junior sister, get out of the way. Get out of the way. They had already reached them, and seeing the dense flock of pheasants coming towards them, Young Jifeng, carrying Song Nan on his back, was forced to turn around and join the fleeing army. Song Nansha said urgently, I told you to shut down your sea of consciousness. Shut down your sea of consciousness now. If you don't shut down your sea of consciousness, how are you going to run away? But amidst the calls of the pheasant, no one could hear what anyone else was saying. Jushio, what did you say? Song Nansher was going crazy, screaming in anguish. I told you to shut down your sea of consciousness. Yi Li-ho cried out in anguish. Song Nansher, we've come to save you. Song Nansher, save your sister. Who's saving whom? Tell me, in this situation, who's saving whom? Song Nansher was completely stunned, and even had the urge to think that the bird of prey deserved to kill this guy. She almost considered just giving up with this group of people. However, at that moment, Yoon Ji-feng and an unfamiliar voice entered everyone's ears at the same time. Close your sea of consciousness. She told you to shut down your consciousness. It was as clear as if someone were speaking right next to your ear. Song Nansher recognized Yoon Ji-feng's voice and subconsciously looked in the direction from which the unfamiliar voice came. Then they saw a pale young man being carried on Yi Li-lo's back. Before she could even think about who the young man was, she was interrupted by Yi Li-lo's voice of sudden realization. So it was about shutting down your consciousness. You should have said so sooner. Song Nansher, she'll kill this thing sooner or later. Once communication is smooth, everything goes much more smoothly. After everyone closed their consciousness, it took them some effort to shake off the dense swarms of eagles, but fortunately, no eagles chased after them. After half an hour, the group stopped in a cave, panting heavily. The pale young man coughed repeatedly, as if he were coughing up his lungs. Yi Li-ho cried out in alarm, Brother! Brother, don't scare me! It turns out he's Yi Li-lo's brother. These two brothers are really something else. Exhausted, Song Nansher patted Yoon Ji-feng on the shoulder to let him down before asking, Why did you all come into the mountains? While taking care of his brother, Yi Li-ho said, We've come to rescue you. Song Nansher, who saves whom? Tell me, who saves whom? Fortunately, apart from Yi Li-ho, who was completely unreliable, everyone else seemed to realize that the situation was somewhat reversed. They looked at each other, bewildered. But Song Nansher regretted it as soon as he asked the question. She thought it was one thing for her to always be alone before, but now they were risking their lives to rescue her. How could she? So she pursed her lips, wanting to say something to salvage the situation. But there are some people who deserve no help from others. Yi Li-ho seemed completely unaware of what had happened, and bluntly said, That's right. I even called in outside help to save you. Song Nansher, aren't I a good brother? Song Nansher, Yoon Ji-feng. But for an aide. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Song Nansher, and he quickly said, Wait, you meant foreign aid. Yi Li-ho, I pay people to go into the mountains to rescue you. Wait, where are the people I hired? Even though we went up the mountain separately, with such a commotion in the mountains, why haven't they shown up yet? Oh no! Could they have died in the mountains? Yi Li-ho frowned. Song Nansher. Her lips trembled, and she suddenly said, The foreign aid you mentioned. She pulled two figures out of her storage ring. Are these the two? Upon seeing this, Yi Li-ho was initially delighted, then puzzled. Huh? They've already found you? Wait a minute. How come they're in your storage ring? Song Nansher. She covered her head and helped Yoon Ji-feng up. Others also sensed something was amiss. Jiang Ji pondered, This foreign aid. Ju Xiu frowned. I feel like. Yu Jiujiu exclaimed, Isn't that the mark of a dead killer? Yi Qinzhou's hand trembled, and he took a deep breath. Yi Li-ho, I told you to find reliable people, and you found an assassin organization for me. Yi Li-ho looked at this person and that person, stammering, what's wrong? Aren't these also manpower? You can rely on them as long as you pay them. What's wrong with you all? Song Nansure took a deep breath. Half an hour ago, she said, only an idiot would hire an assassin to save someone. Anyone who believes that is an idiot. Half an hour later, she thought, an idiot is right next to me. But she didn't want to dwell on who was the idiot anymore. She remembered something more important. She asked Yi Li-ho, trembling, Yi Li-ho, those two assassins just said that their employer chose payment upon delivery. Yi Li-ho, since it concerned spirit stones, he was genuinely feeling guilty this time. He said weakly, I just don't have enough money. With just that one sentence, the pressure fell on Song Nansure. Song Nansure took a deep breath and chose to shift the blame eastward. She immediately looked at Yi Liu's brother. Fellow Taoist, what do you think? Yi Qingrou's eyes flashed. He spoke up immediately, saying, Li-ho was in the wrong in this matter. Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, luckily, Yi Li-ho has a reasonable older brother. Even the sensible taxi driver said, he made a mistake, regarding the money. Song Nanshure's eyes lit up as she listened. Yes. Tell me quickly. Here's the arrangement regarding the money. Yi Qingzhou took a breath. Regarding money. He suddenly stopped, his pale face turning crimson, and then he coughed repeatedly, grabbing a handkerchief to cover his mouth, his expression pained. Song Nansure. Is this a staged accident scam? Then Yi Liu's brother spat a mouthful of blood onto the handkerchief. Yi Li-ho was shocked, as if the sky had fallen and the earth had cracked. Brother. Don't scare me, brother. Song Nansure. Song Nansure. You. This. Yi Qingzhou gripped his younger brother's hand tightly. His face flushed an unnatural crimson, his lips stained with blood, and his handkerchief covered in a clump of blood. It's beyond words to describe how tragic it was. He said solemnly, although my health is failing me, I will repay the money for my brother's mistake, even if it costs me my life. Seeing this, Jiangji and the others couldn't bear it any longer and all looked at Song Nansure. So the pressure shifted to Song Nansure. Song Nansure. She understood. This is a master. What does it mean to retreat in order to advance? What does it mean to feign reluctance while welcoming? What does it mean to show weakness? Looking at Brother Yi, who appeared frail yet resolute, Song Nansure had only 4 words in his mind. A worthy opponent. Song Nansure had heard Yi Li-ho talk about his family situation and knew that he only had one older brother, who was not in good health. She used to think that it was quite remarkable that these 2 brothers could grow up so big without the care of their elders. Looking back now, it seems that this older brother must have some skill to dare to let his troublesome younger brother run wild without bankrupting the family. Seeing that she remained silent, the sickly older brother, who seemed to have some ability, sighed softly, as if he wanted to speak. But before he could finish his sigh, Song Nansure suddenly let out a long sigh. Moreover, his sighs were even more poignant and moving than his own. Remember the website address, Akaiyaksu. Well. Yi Li-ho. I'm a bit lost when it comes to dealing with him. The others were startled by her extremely loud sigh and all looked over. Zhu Xiu asked worriedly, Junior sister, what's wrong? Song Nansure shook his head, looking like he didn't want to say anything more, but his expression seemed hesitant. It's nothing. Upon seeing this, Zhu Xiu immediately realized that something serious had happened, and it was a very serious matter. She immediately said, "Junior sister, is there something you can tell us?" Song Nanshu remained silent for a long time, his lips pressed tightly together, unwilling to say anything more. The more she remained silent, the more anxious everyone became, and they couldn't help but imagine what had happened to their junior sister, senior sister, who had only been away from them for a day. Jiangji even raised his voice. "Junior sister, don't you trust us?" Song Nanshu seemed to finally be moved by these words. He opened his mouth, but in the end he only said, "It's nothing. I just thought I wouldn't see you all again this time. Now that we can meet again, I'm just feeling emotional." "Can't see them?" That's a serious statement. Everyone began to speculate about what kind of accident their junior sister had encountered that made her feel she would never see them again. The more they speculated, the more they felt that their junior sister had really suffered a great deal this time. Song Nanshu said no more, only looking at his sickly elder brother, and said sincerely, "Having gone through life and death, I now realize that all my previous obsessions were just external things. No matter how much money I have, it's nothing but a dream, something you can't take with you when you die. I am already very fortunate to be alive and see you all. I dare not ask for anything more. Although your brother accidentally left me behind in Sichuan Mountain, it is not a bad thing that I have been able to see through my previous obsessions after this journey." Her expression was full of sighs, as if she had seen through the illusions of the world and attained enlightenment. She paused, looking as if afraid Yi Qingzhou would blame her younger brother, and added, "I didn't mean to blame your brother, don't misunderstand." Yi Qingzhou. This time it was a direct and accurate misunderstanding. Looking at the young girl in front of him, he felt a long-lost sense of camaraderie. This girl had something special about her. When Jiangji and the others saw that Song Nanshu looked like he was about to become a monk on the spot, they immediately became anxious. To say something like money is just an external thing must mean you've suffered a great deal of injustice. This is during the Southern Song dynasty. Jiangji and the others immediately looked at Yi Lishou, the instigator, their eyes filled with condemnation. Yi Lishou. Yi Qingzhou also sighed and said, "It's my fault as his older brother for not teaching him well." As he spoke, he covered his mouth with a handkerchief, his expression pained. But before he could cough it out, Yung Jifeng, who had been silent all along, suddenly groaned, clutched his chest, and looked pained. Then everyone watched helplessly as a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Yung Jifeng's mouth. Everyone was immediately shocked. When the sickly Yi Qingzhou vomited blood, everyone felt pity and couldn't bear it. But when the usually strong Yung Jifeng vomited blood, Jiangji's first thought was whether Yung Jifeng was going to die. Not to mention Jiangji, even Song Nanshu, who was engrossed in his performance, was astonished. She thought something was really wrong with Yung Jifeng, so she immediately went over and grabbed his wrist to take his pulse. "Yung Jifeng, what's wrong with you?" Yung Jifeng grabbed his wrist with his other hand and squeezed it subtly. Song Nanshu. She understood immediately. "Good grief, so you were acting too." At this moment, Jiangji couldn't help but ask, "Yung Jifeng, are you alright?" Yung Jifeng glanced at him and said indifferently, "It's nothing." Jiangji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But before he could even catch his breath, Yung Jifeng said calmly, "It's just a minor fatal wound." Jiangji. Everyone. Their condemning gazes immediately fell on Yi Lishou. "Look what you've done." "Yi Lishou? Why am I always the one who gets hurt when you gods are fighting?" However, no one paid attention to Yi Lishou. Song Nansure immediately started a new round of performance with Yi Qinshou, showing everyone what the ultimate scheming of a green tea bitch is. Amidst the clash of swords, a back-and-forth exchange ensued. The people at the tea shop were stunned. However, before they could even determine a winner, the two assassins they had placed on the ground suddenly groaned, seemingly about to wake up. The two people, who were enthusiastically drinking tea, immediately shut their mouths and subconsciously exchanged a glance. At that moment, the two saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. How about we? Or else? No one knows what unspoken decision they reached with that one glance. But when they looked away, the two people who had been at odds just moments before were now on the same side. Everyone was still in a daze. Meanwhile, the two assassins had already woken up. One of the assassins sat up first, touched the back of his head, and muttered, "What happened to me?" Then he remembered his experience before he fell into a coma. However, before he could even be on guard, Song Nansure, the one who had knocked him unconscious, appeared in front of him. Her expression was worried and concerned. "You're awake." The assassin was shocked. You're the one who hit me with that stick." However, Song Nansure laughed and said, "Yes, it's me." The assassin was furious that she dared to be so arrogant. Then Song Nansure said, "I saved you, so don't be too excited." "Assassin? Assassin? What nonsense are you spouting?" He was furious. "It was you who attacked us. We all saw it." Song Nansure exclaimed in surprise, "But when we found you, you two were surrounded by two eagles. We rescued you at the last minute. How can you say that we were the ones who did it? You can ask them if you don't believe me." The crowd watched helplessly as Song Nansure turned black and white upside down. Only Yung Jifeng remained calm and said, "Exactly." Yi Qinshou, who was standing to the side, coughed and added slowly, "We had just found Miss Song and were about to go back when we met you. We can all testify to that." They spoke with such conviction that the assassin still didn't believe them. "I'm not stupid." Yi Qinshou then looked as if he had suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, the young birds here can transform into humans to confuse their prey. When we saw you, you were surrounded by two young birds, so is it possible that the so-called people who attacked you were actually young birds in disguise?" This explanation is reasonable and well-founded. The two assassins couldn't help but become skeptical. Song Nansure echoed his words, then suddenly realized, "So that's how it is. Yi Qinshou, that should be it." Their story was so detailed and convincing that the assassin became even more hesitant. He said, "But we were asked to come here to find someone." Yi Qinshou slapped his forehead, looking as if he had just realized something. "We asked you to come and rescue people, but in the end we ended up rescuing them instead. It's really..." The assassin's thoughts immediately shifted to the mission. "So, our mission." Yi Qinshou's words were earth-shattering. "Are you dead? The price for saving people is 4,000 spirit stones for two people. Now you have failed in your mission and have been saved by us. But since you came here to complete the mission, you have put in the effort even if you have no merit. So we will give you a discount and charge you 2,000 spirit stones." He immediately took the initiative and became the host. The two assassins were shocked to find that they had lost 2,000 spirit stones for completing a mission, exclaiming, "How could this be?" However, before they could finish speaking, Song Nansure struck them twice on the back with a stick, knocking them unconscious again. She added, "When they wake up again, just say they were overstimulated and fainted again. While they're still dazed, try to fool them again, and they'll probably believe it about 80% of the time." Yi Qinshu also put away his original expression and said with regret, I just don't know if they are willing to give me those 2,000 spirit stones. If I had 2 more days, I should be able to get them to give me the money. Unfortunately, things can change in the long run. Song Nansha, that's enough, that's enough. She tied it up and put the person back into the storage ring. Turning around, I saw a group of people with blank expressions. Song Nansha. She coughed and said in a low voice, the situation is special, the situation is special. Everyone was stunned the whole time and still hasn't come to their senses. Only Yi Liho cautiously asked, Song Nansha, is this really the first time you and my brother have met? How come? Before he could finish speaking, he let out a roar and shouted angrily, Yung Jifeng, why did you step on me? Yung Jifeng withdrew his foot expressionlessly, it's slippery. Yi Qinshu grabbed his clueless and stupid younger brother and said, all right, this matter is temporarily resolved. In the future, use your brain more in everything you do. As he spoke, he added regretfully, it's a pity there's not enough time now, otherwise those 2,000 spirit stones. He stopped mid-sentence when he noticed the strange looks he was getting from the crowd. He picked up a blood-stained handkerchief, covered his mouth, coughed lightly, and said weakly, I'm sorry, I'm already feeling weak after just a little talking. Everyone, do you think we still believe it? But whether they believed it or not, after witnessing this series of cunning maneuvers, the group could only set off again with mixed feelings. However, as soon as they came out of the cave, a bird swooped down from mid-air and flew straight at Song Nansha, who was walking at the front. Before Song Nansha could make a move, he was suddenly pulled away. The next moment, a sword light flashed, and the rushing bird didn't even have time to cry out before its head fell to the ground. Having just stepped out, Song Nansha was startled by this unexpected yet harmless incident. After regaining his composure, he looked around. She immediately sensed something was wrong when she saw it. The entire mountain was filled with the sounds of whistles mixed with the calls of birds. The shadows of wings occasionally streaked across the air. It was as if all the birds on the mountain had come out to roam. Song Nansha immediately understood. That whistleblower probably wanted to kill him to silence him. The Xuanfeng wind isolated their aura and spiritual power, and the whistleblower's divine sense was blocked from scanning his sea of consciousness. He was in a hurry to kill them and silence them, so he had no choice but to send out all the young birds and search for their traces with the eyes of the young birds. Now, it seems impossible for their large group to leave quietly again. Jiangji looked surprised and uncertain. What do we do now? As he spoke, other birds in the distance smelled the blood and immediately rushed over. Everyone immediately became alert. Song Nansha's mind raced for a moment. She realized that she now only had 2 choices. First, the territory of the owl is the sky. As long as they rely on the dense forests to shake off these owls and hide in secluded places as before, and don't come out, the owls can't do anything to them. And then what? A test of patience with that whistleblower whose motives are unknown. The second is... Song Nansha immediately took out his destiny chart, breakthrough. Song Nansha didn't believe that anyone could control all the young birds with just a whistle. To make such powerful young birds obey his orders, there would inevitably be a price to pay. Therefore, the whistleblower's willingness to mobilize all the eagles to hunt them down at all costs must mean they are doomed. Then they're not just testing the whistleblower's patience, they're testing their own lives. It would be better to strike first, before the whistleblower even makes a move. Jiangji hadn't reacted yet. What are you barging into? Song Nansha began casting a divination. Of course, we should break out of here. Jiangji was startled. Song Nanshe said regretfully, I wanted to see who the whistleblower was, but I'm afraid I won't be able to today. She said this, but her hands never stopped moving. Then he said, Southwest, Yung Jifeng, you clear the way. Yung Jifeng didn't even ask any questions and immediately walked ahead. Song Nanshe then said, Jiangji, you stay at the back. Jiangji wanted to ask, but seeing that Yung Jifeng hadn't asked, he felt that if he did, it would make him seem like he, as her senior brother, wasn't close to her. So he held back and didn't ask. Fine, it's just forcing our way in. It's not like Jiangji hasn't done it before. So, in just a few words, Song Nanshe decided to force his way in. No one raised any objections. Even old man Lu couldn't help but peek out from the jade pendant and exclaimed, This girl is really. The words were lost in the cries of the pheasant and the sounds of swords slicing through flesh. Song Nanshe stood in the very center, watching the blood and flesh splatter before him, yet he remained incredibly calm. She knew perfectly well that they were going to take risks, not act recklessly. Right now, their strengths and weaknesses were both very clear. They are the prey, the whistleblower is the hunter, and all the birds on the mountain are the hunting dogs. However, correspondingly, the breath is blocked by the southeast wind, so the hunting dog has no nose. The divine sense is sealed, so the hunter has no eyes. They are playing hide and seek with the blind. As long as they can wipe out the birds that discover them before they spread the word, the blind will never have eyes. What they need to do is be fast. Move swiftly, swiftly sever every pair of eyes that discover them, and quickly move on before the next pair of eyes arrives. There is still a chance. Thinking this, Song Nanshe quickly used the horoscope to calculate and tried his best to get them to avoid the difficult-to-deal-with flock of eagles. Yung Jifeng led the way with unstoppable momentum, while Jiangji swept away the tails cleanly. What surprised Song Nanshe the most was that even Yi Qingzhou, who seemed sickly, wielded an exceptionally sharp pair of butterfly swords. Everything seemed to be getting better and better, and victory was just ahead. However, Song Nanshe knew that if they wanted to get out, they would inevitably encounter a large flock of young birds. Because Song Nanshe stopped in his tracks and looked at the shallow river not far away. This is the feeding ground of the owl. When Song Nanshe was wandering around in the mountains, he discovered that the river seemed to circle the entire mountain, which meant that no matter where they came down the mountain, they had to cross this river. The pheasants were out in force all over the mountain, and correspondingly, the banks of the stream, which served as their feeding ground, were teeming with them. For example, right now, looking at the dozens of pheasants by the river, Song Nanshe took a deep breath, realizing that for them, the time had truly come to force their way in. Song Nanshe whispered, Charge! Yung Jifeng didn't ask any further questions and swung his sword. Along with the sword light appeared a towering fire that suddenly ignited on the river. The eagle was startled and let out a sharp cry. Song Nanshe knew that once this cry was heard, unless they could resolve the relocation of these pheasants in a very short time, they would face a continuous encirclement. However, it is simply impossible to deal with dozens of pheasants in a short period of time. It all depends on whether they can break through this time. The group of people instantly became like a sharp knife, tearing sharply into the flock of eagles. Li represents fire. The wind is Sun. The wind, carrying the heat of the fire, swept across the entire river, enveloping all the birds within it. The glint of blades and swords. Yung Jifeng and his men knew the seriousness of the situation and acted very quickly. However, when Song Nanshe looked up and saw the young bird flying towards them from afar, chirping incessantly, he knew that a fierce battle was inevitable today. The hunter now has eyes. Then they can only be the fiercest prey. At this moment, when the people in Zhongzhou City looked up, they could only see the flames soaring into the sky from Mount Saizan, and the mournful cries echoing from Mount Saizan, which they had designated as a forbidden area. Meanwhile, Song Nan and his men were already embroiled in a fierce battle. The pheasants, a continuous, dense flock of pheasants, one after another, fearless of death. The black rabbit, which was usually invisible, had transformed into a giant whole rabbit and stood in front of Yu Jiujiu, who was the weakest among them. However, even the demon prince was no match for the ferocious beast that refused to submit to the demon race. Even Yun Jifeng was injured, let alone the others. Song Nanshi's spiritual energy was rapidly depleted during divination and battle. But she dared not slacken her efforts. She was searching for a way to break the deadlock. They must find a weakness, otherwise they will be dragged into a bitter struggle by these birds, and even if they win in the end, it will probably be a futile victory. Song Nanshi was highly focused and almost missed a sneaking attacking bird, until Yun Jifeng pulled him back. Get out of the way. Song Nanshi stumbled. But at that moment, she didn't even have time to say thank you, because she suddenly saw the storage ring on Yun Jifeng's hand that could only hold living beings. What's inside that storage ring? 2 assassins. But releasing those 2 assassins would only make them easy prey. Besides that, Song Nanshi suddenly said, Yun Jifeng, release Brother Donkey. Yun Jifeng obeyed Song Nanshi's orders almost instinctively. Upon hearing this, he released the donkey brother from his storage ring without saying a word. Brother Donkey was sleeping soundly when he suddenly landed directly on the battlefield and was greatly surprised by what he saw. Song Nanshi didn't give it time to think and pounced on it, think of a way quickly. Jiangji almost thought his junior sister had gone mad when he saw this. A donkey. But Song Nanshi narrowed his eyes and said quickly, I know you must have some skills. Since you were able to wake up before me under the bewitching influence of the Yangneo, then tell me, what other skills do you have? So Brother Donkey also thought that Song Nanshi had gone mad. It's just a donkey. What can it possibly do? Just then, a pheasant suddenly flew over, but Song Nanshi showed no intention of making a move. In the face of life and death, Brother Donkey suddenly let out a scream. But this time it wasn't that hoarse braying of a donkey. In a daze, Song Nanshi seemed to hear a long, drawn-out cry of a deer. The frenzied birds that were attacking from all sides suddenly paused for a moment. Just for a fleeting moment. Song Nan immediately shouted, Let's go. The fire instantly solidified into a barrier, and Song Nanshi, without any further hesitation, threw up the destiny plate and dragged Donkey Brother up to climb it. The others quickly realized what was happening and followed on their swords. It was only for a moment. They escaped. When Song Nanshi turned around and saw the young bird blocked by the fire, he suddenly burst into laughter. She said, Brother Donkey, well done. Brother Donkey looked completely bewildered. It doesn't even know what it did. Yun Jifeng jumped onto Song Nanshi's horoscope, hesitating to speak. This donkey. Song Nanshi, please show some respect to your savior. Yun Jifeng paused for a moment. Then he said, This donkey? Song Nanshi. Okay, that's very respectful. Song Nanshi flew over 2 mountains with this donkey in one breath, and only stopped when they could no longer hear the calls of the pheasants. Song Nanshi looked down at the horoscope and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Brother Donkey, still a little dizzy, followed along with the fortune-telling chart and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh. Then everyone turned their heads at the sound and stared at it, their eyes all landing on its donkey mouth. Brother Donkey. Startled, it stopped mid-sentence and nearly choked to death. The two groups stared at each other blankly. Song Nansure urged intently, "Keep shouting, don't listen." Everyone immediately recalled the cry that had made all the eagles pause for a moment and helped them escape the pursuit. They nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes. Don't stop. Don't stop." They all took 2 steps back in unison, giving Brother Donkey room to maneuver. Yi Qinshu even solemnly pulled out a treasured photographic stone, and after some manipulation, politely nodded to Brother Donkey and said, "You can call now." Thinking back to Song Nanshure's earlier mention of respect, he changed his words and said, "You may call me that now." Brother Donkey. I can't figure it out. It might not be a donkey, but these people are probably not human either. Otherwise, how could they be so perfect and so skilled at acting like dogs? It silently retreated a little. The group of people were behaving inhumanly around the donkey, and Yun Jifeng, who considered himself to still be a human being, couldn't help but step forward and say a few words. "You're all huddled around the donkey like that." Song Nanshure's gaze immediately swept over. Others also gave disapproving looks. Yun Jifeng. He paused, then changed his words expressionlessly. "You're all surrounding a donkey like this." He couldn't continue halfway through his sentence. After a long silence, he took a step back and gave up, saying, "That's good, not bad, continue." Song Nansure urged, "Go ahead and call it now. You can call it now." Brother Donkey. It almost didn't know what to call itself. After a long while, it finally managed to squeeze out a cautious cry, "Huh?" An ordinary donkey's bray. It wasn't exactly the same as the cry that had made all the birds pause for a moment. It was completely unrelated. Song Nansure was immediately greatly disappointed. Yi Qinshu couldn't help but retract the recording stone. He glanced at the bewildered donkey brother, then at the eager crowd, and carefully touched his memory stone before suggesting, "How about this? Since everyone has some injuries, let's rest here for a while and go back when we've had enough rest." After a moment's thought, everyone agreed. Actually, the repairs were secondary. The main issue was the donkey. How could a donkey possibly be an ordinary bird that could repel hundreds or thousands of pheasants with just one call? If it were just a donkey, that would be fine. But knowing its true identity, it's definitely not that simple. It's best to observe it more closely, lest we bring it into the city rashly and cause any accidents. So everyone went to rest or heal their wounds, but they kept glancing at Brother Donkey, whether openly or secretly. Yi Qinshu nodded politely to Brother Donkey and said, "Thank you, Mr. Donkey." "Mr. Donkey, huh? That's very polite." Song Nansure was completely unaware of what the others were thinking. She just frowned and stared at the donkey, her hands itching to pry open its mouth to see how such a donkey mouth could produce a deer's cry. Brother Donkey immediately recalled the fear he felt when Yun Jifeng pried open his mouth. "Brother Donkey, are you too crazy?" It cautiously took a step back. Yun Jifeng couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward, saying, "You can't see anything by looking at it like that." Song Nansure couldn't help but look over. "What do you mean? Do you know something else?" Yun Jifeng, "No, but..." He pondered for a moment and explained, "But there are roughly 2 possibilities regarding the donkey's current situation." Seeing that Song Nansure still seemed to want him to show some respect, he said expressionlessly, "Do you still want to hear it?" Song Nansure said sullenly, "Then you continue." Yun Jifeng took a deep breath and said, "Firstly, this donkey is just a donkey, but it has the bloodline of some other spirit beast. Now that it has encountered danger, it has activated the power of its bloodline, which is why it behaves this way. As he spoke, he couldn't help but add, but if its bloodline is so thin that it looks exactly like a donkey, yet it still possesses such power when its bloodline is activated, then what kind of spirit beast left behind its bloodline? A divine beast. Hearing his mutterings, Song Nansure immediately thought of Yoon Jifeng's Qilin blood jade and subconsciously asked, "Is it like your Qilin bloodline?" Upon hearing this, Yoon Jifeng, who had been compared to a donkey, turned pale. Brother Donkey's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yoon Jifeng with the same kinship one would show to a fellow human. Yoon Jifeng took a deep breath. Song Nansure, do you want me to explain to you what possible means? Song Nansure immediately shut up. You continue. Yoon Jifeng could only continue with a dark face, or, is the second situation. He looked at Brother Donkey and said, some spirit beasts or divine beasts, when they are young and weak or when they are vulnerable and have no power to protect themselves, will transform into ordinary spirit beasts in a mimicry form. They will only return to their original form when they have enough power to protect themselves. He seemed to be deep in thought. Song Nansure looked at Brother Donkey and then at him, and asked, if it's the second situation, when can we be considered to have the ability to protect ourselves? Yoon Jifeng, if it's still in its infancy, then we'll wait until it grows up. Upon hearing this, Song Nansure was immediately startled. If it's really the second case, is this donkey still a baby? She immediately looked over. Gan. Her gaze fell on the donkey, looking at its Han, simple and honest, face, and for a moment she just couldn't bring herself to say baby. Brother Donkey tilted his head and looked at her. Huh? Song Nansure. He's gotten even more naive. But considering that Brother Donkey had saved her life, she couldn't judge a book by its cover, so she forced herself to call him baby. If a baby wants to grow, they naturally need to eat more. Song Nansure immediately began to reflect on whether he had been feeding his donkey too little. So she immediately went over and said in a rare gentle tone, Brother Donkey, are you hungry now? Would you like some animal food? Brother Donkey never expected that the stingy Song Nansure would actually make it eat the animal food on its own. Overjoyed, it took advantage of the situation and, while watching Song Nansure's expression, it bit the bag of animal food that Song Nansure had taken out and pulled it towards itself, indicating that it wanted it all. Song Nansure. She smiled and said, you're dreaming. She immediately put the animal feed bag back, refusing to believe that the donkey in front of her, which was heavier than 3 of her and could eat like crazy, was a baby. Yoon Jifeng. You truly live up to your reputation as Song Nansure. Song Nansure also asked him, Brother Yoon, what do you think of Brother Donkey's situation? Brother Yoon, Brother Donkey. Yoon Jifeng. He had never thought anything of Song Nan calling him Brother Yoon when he needed something from him, but now that those 2 words were placed next to Brother Donkey, Yoon Jifeng felt inexplicably insulted. He took a deep breath, clearing his mind, and asked, aside from this time, is there anything else about this donkey that's different from other donkeys? What makes it different from ordinary donkeys? There are too many to count. After thinking for a moment, Song Nansure chose a typical example to tell him. She said, there's one you already know. Didn't your Qilin blood jade get swallowed by Brother Donkey? At the time, I didn't think much of it, but now that I think about it, it's really not right. If it were an ordinary donkey, could it have swallowed the Qilin blood jade and been completely unharmed? Song Nansure's argument was well-founded and supported by evidence. But when Yoon Jifeng recalled that his Qilin blood jade had been swallowed by a donkey, he became even more furious. He suspected that Song Nansure hadn't come to ask him for advice, but rather to cause him trouble. He closed his eyes briefly and said expressionlessly, "I have a bit of a headache. I'll rest for a while." He closed his eyes and leaned against the tree. Song Nansure glanced at it twice and couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. I feel a bit weak." The clouds stopped blowing, but that didn't work. While they were whispering amongst themselves, Yi Liho, bored, had already pulled out the two assassins and woken them up again, beginning his second round of deception. Normally, Song Nansure would definitely join in the fun, but right now she was focused on the donkey and didn't even glance at them. She wondered if she should pry open the donkey's mouth to see how it made a deer-like sound. What kind of mythical beast could make a deer-like cry? Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Then she reached out and pulled it off. Suddenly, Brother Donkey's piercing scream woke everyone up, and they all looked over. This includes Yi Qingshou, who was convincing them how he had gone through so much trouble to rescue the two assassins. Assassin? Yi Qingshou. The assassin looked at Song Nan, who was arguing like a donkey, with a complicated expression. This. Yi Qingshou took a deep breath and said in a heavy voice, "Yes, that's exactly what you think." The assassin immediately looked over. "Yi Qingshou, Fairy Song injured her brain while saving you." This time, without Yi Qingshou having to deceive them any further, the two assassins immediately believed him. Meanwhile, Brother Donkey was devastated and frantically shook his head, trying to shake off Song Nanshure's hand. This is the second time. It's the second time its mouth has been pried open. Yung Jifeng and Song Nansure, are you two out of your minds? Everyone else rushed to stop him, but Yung Jifeng stood there watching for a long time before suddenly bursting into laughter, his eyes crinkling with delight, his laughter uncontrollable. Zhu Xiu, who was trying to stop Song Nansure, was speechless. She glanced at her junior sister, who was completely disregarding her image in her attempt to talk her way out of trouble, and then at Yung Jifeng, who could still laugh so happily while watching his junior sister like this. Her expression gradually became confused. Could this be the so-called she's making a fuss, and he's laughing? Just as she was thinking this, what came into view was Song Nanshure's ferocious face, which was making a scene. Zhu Xiu. Perhaps this is love. He really loved her. After half an hour of chaotic commotion, this long rest finally came to an end. Yi Qingshou was afraid that if they continued to rest any longer, it would result in non-combat casualties. So he first coaxed the two assassins away without spending a single spirit stone, and then suggested returning to the city. Everyone immediately responded. So the group headed towards Zhongzhou City in a grand procession. It takes only half an hour to walk from here to Zhongzhou City, and with a few people flying on their swords, they arrived in no time. When the group reached the outskirts of the city and tried to land, Song Nansure stopped them and gestured for them to raise their swords a little higher. "Hi!" Song Nansure stared intently at the city gate and asked, "What do you think?" Jiangji looked down and saw a group of well-dressed cultivators leaving the city in a hurry. They were all unfamiliar faces. Jiangji shook his head. "I don't know him." Song Nansure narrowed his eyes. "I don't know them either, but they are undoubtedly from prominent families." Jiangji frowned. "What's wrong with the big families?" Song Nansure chuckled and said, "Senior brother, the reason we were relentlessly chased by those young birds when we were in Xizang Mountain was because there was a whistleblower behind those young birds." Jiangji was startled upon hearing this, and suddenly realized something. Song Nansure continued, "So many young birds couldn't have appeared suddenly. Their migration couldn't have been without alerting people in other states. These young birds must have lived in or near Zhongzhou from beginning to end, which means. She glanced at the crowd and said, someone is raising them. Their so-called sudden appearance is just these birds emerging from the shadows into the public eye. Her voice turned cold. Anyone capable of hiding so many young birds needs both territory and money. Only the powerful families of Zhongzhou have the ability to supply them and conceal them. So, why do you think I'm wary of these powerful families? Jiangji had already figured it out. Hearing this, he gasped and said, we just escaped from Mount Saisong, and right after, people from a powerful family hurriedly left the city. You mean they really are connected to Mount Saisong? Song Nansure, it's also possible that they went to check after hearing the noise, but it's not impossible, as you mentioned, senior brother. In any case, we should still be careful. After she finished speaking casually, she subconsciously looked at Yung Jifeng, thinking that Yung Jifeng was from a prominent family in Zhongzhou, and wondered if he knew anything. Then they saw Yung Jifeng looking down with a cold expression, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Song Nansure had never seen him with such a sharp and aggressive expression before, and was taken aback. She subconsciously followed his gaze. It was still those people from the major families at the city gate. The different patterns on their clothes represented different families. Song Nansure paused, then suddenly realized something. Yung Jifeng fled Zhongzhou hastily after being betrayed by his own family. Did he see any members of his family? So when he returned to Zhongzhou this time, less than a year after he was betrayed, he saw the family that had betrayed him again. For some reason, Song Nansure suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Junior sister? Junior sister? Yu Xiu called her. Song Nansure snapped out of his daze. What's wrong? Yu Xiu asked. They've left. Shall we go down? Song Nansure, get down. She paused, then added, we'll avoid people. The fewer people who see us, the better. Given Song Nanshure's earlier speculation, everyone assumed that Song Nansure was trying to avoid the eyes and ears of the powerful families and didn't think much of it. Only Yung Jifeng glanced at her. Yi Qingzhou's residence was located on the outskirts of Zhongzhou, and the surrounding area was inhabited by ordinary people, so Song Nansure didn't need to worry about being seen by too many people. As Yi Qingzhou led Song Nansure towards the mansion, they passed a market and saw vendors selling various kinds of welcoming masks. Song Nansure paused in his tracks. So when they got back to Yi Qingzhou's house, Song Nansure didn't even have time to take a good look around before rushing out while the others were dividing up their rooms. When Song Nansure was assigned a room, everyone realized that he was missing. They thought something had happened again and were about to go look for someone when Song Nansure came out of the door again. Jiangji and the others were puzzled. You went out. Why didn't you say anything? Song Nansure vaguely brushed it off. No one thought much of it. Only after the rooms were assigned and everyone dragged their tired bodies back to their respective rooms to heal, did Song Nansure secretly pull Yung Jifeng aside. She lowered her voice, acting like a thief. Come here. I have something good for you. Yung Jifeng was stunned. In just a short while, Song Nansure dragged him to the base of the wall. Looking at Yung Jifeng's still gloomy face, she smiled and said, Aren't you afraid of being recognized if you walk openly down the street like this? Yung Jifeng, Before he could finish speaking, Song Nansure said with a look that suggested he had something good. That's why I prepared this for you. She suddenly pulled out two masks from behind her back. One was silver-white, like a celestial being. One was black and red, resembling a demon. These are common masks used to welcome gods in Zhongzhou. Parents buy them for their children during various festivals, and ordinary people also give them as gifts to friends. Yoon Ji-fan has been in Zhongzhou for so many years, and has seen countless masks like this. He has experienced so many festivals and seen many people wearing these masks, but he has never felt that one of them would belong to him. Now, Song Nansure placed the silver-white heavenly god mask in his hand, then raised his hand and put on the fierce-looking azure mask, saying smugly, "The boss said that now, unless it's a holiday, it's buy one get one free." Yoon Ji-fan looked at her, then suddenly took off the Shura mask from her face and put it on his own. "This isn't suitable for you," he said. He placed the mask of the god in her hands. "This is yours." The moment the azure mask was placed on his face, Yoon Ji-fan suddenly felt that even if Song Nansure told him to die, he would most likely only ask when he would die. The next day, while Song Nansure, this nameless and insignificant supporting character, was still fast asleep because of the fierce battle the day before, the main characters, who were even more seriously injured than her, had already gotten up full of energy and looked more energetic than if they had just run 10,000 meters. Jiangji swung his sword 10,000 times. Zhu Xiu finished her 1-hour early morning meditation. They even fed all the peppercorns to the rabbits. Then Zhu Xiu knocked on her junior sister's door, full of energy, and said, "Junior sister, it's time to get up and have breakfast." Song Nansure struggled to lift his head from under the covers and glanced at the sky outside. At most, it will be around 5 a.m. That is, 6 o'clock in the morning. Song Nanshure's face contorted in a grotesque expression. She left the sect just to take a vacation, and it was bad enough that she ended up in a wildlife activity area right from the start of her vacation. Now that she had finally escaped, she was made to get up at this hour. Doesn't she have the right to sleep in? Aren't you all already struggling and supporting each other enough? Why drag an innocent bystander into this? Song Nansure grabbed the blanket and covered his face. Zhu Xiu said from outside, "Junior sister, Yi Li-ho said yesterday that he would cook a big meal for us. If we go late, that kid will eat it all." Song Nansure. She sat up again, expressionless, and said weakly, "Coming." Upon opening the door, I saw a group of fellow disciples who, despite being seriously injured yesterday, acted as if nothing had happened today. In comparison, Song Nansure, who seemed perfectly fine, actually looked more like a wounded person than the others. Song Nansure couldn't hide his envy for a moment. Is this the power level of the main characters? As she was thinking this, she walked through the courtyard and saw the donkey, which had also been quite frightened yesterday, frolicking all over the yard, wreaking havoc on the Yi family's flowers and plants. Song Nansure. The main character is one thing, but why is your donkey all curled up? But thinking about the strength Brother Donkey displayed yesterday and his likely secret identity, she felt that with Brother Donkey's abilities, he was probably a protagonist in the donkey world as well. So she was just the only extra among the main characters. Song Nansure was completely numb. When she appeared in the main hall of the Yi family while yawning, she saw Yoon Ji-fan wearing a Shura mask sitting at a large wooden table, staring blankly at a breakfast spread on the table. Another early riser. Song Nansure said weakly, "Good morning, Brother Yoon." Yoon Ji-fan's voice softened, "Good morning." He spoke, and only then did everyone realize that the masked man who had suddenly appeared in the main hall was actually Yoon Ji-fan. Jiangji blurted out, "Brother Yoon, why are you wearing a mask so early in the morning?" Yoon Ji-fan's voice, coming through the mask, was low and muffled, to avoid being seen. Jiangji then realized that Yoon Ji-fan's hometown seemed to be in Zhongzhou. So, if he needed to avoid being seen when he went back to his hometown, it meant that he had enemies in Zhongzhou. Long Aotian, who also had enemies all over the world, immediately sympathized with the situation and, being very experienced, didn't ask any more questions. Instead, Xu Xiu looked at Yung Jifeng, then glanced at Song Nansha, who had immediately recognized Yung Jifeng, and with sharp eyes, she grasped the key point. We almost didn't recognize you. How did junior sister know it was you at a glance? Moreover, there was no surprise on her face at all. Normal people would be surprised if they saw a masked man, even if they recognized him as someone they knew. Did my junior sister secretly meet Yung Jifeng wearing a mask yesterday, or did she say that the mask was a gift from my junior sister? Note, the text also includes a reference to a novel. Except for me, everyone is a protagonist, which is not translated here. At this moment, Xu Xiu is just like those modern CP fans, focusing on analyzing a point that is not even the main point. Then Yung Jifeng coughed softly and said, "It was sent by Song Nansha." Xu Xiu quickly understood the implied meaning behind his words. Song Nansha gave him something. She spent money on him. Xu Xiu. Who dares to say this isn't true love? Who dares? Jiangji dared to do it. He didn't understand what Yung Jifeng meant at all, and just nodded, saying, "It's because junior sister is so thoughtful. We all forgot about that." Xu Xiu. I hate that you're blind. Yung Jifeng remained unfazed. Yes, I didn't even think of that myself. It's rare that she could remember it for me. Jiangji completely failed to grasp the hidden boasting in his words, and simply nodded honestly, saying, "Yes, I also saw such masks on the road yesterday. They were 40 copper coins each, with a buy one get one free offer. I didn't even realize that brother Yung needed one. Junior sister is so thoughtful." Yung Jifeng, whose price had been emphasized, was speechless. He began to consider the possibility of breaking off relations with this person. Song Nansha stared blankly at the breakfast on the table, completely oblivious to their sword fight. Or rather, it was Yung Jifeng's solo act of swordplay. Yu Jiaojiao asked in confusion, "Although this mask is very useful, isn't it time to eat breakfast? Why do you need to wear a mask to eat breakfast?" A single sentence sealed the deal, ending this early morning's open and covert struggle. Yung Jifeng. Can he say he just wanted to show off? He silently picked. But looking at the mask in his hand, his mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts, and he felt that he had 1,000 words to say to Song Nansha. He looked up, about to speak, when Song Nansha suddenly said, "This is the big meal Yi Li Hou was talking about, the one he was treating us to." With that one sentence, everyone immediately looked at the long table. Then I saw a table full of steamed buns, white porridge, pickled vegetables, and duck eggs. They finally understood why Song Nansha had been staring blankly at the table the whole time. Feast! Everyone fell silent. Jiangji hesitated, then looked at Yung Jifeng. Yi Li Hou said he would treat us to a big meal. He wouldn't go back on his word, could it be? You didn't eat everything because you were so hungry when you woke up this morning. Yung Jifeng interrupted him. When I came here, this was all I had. Otherwise, why would he be spacing out? As the two of them were talking, Yi Li Hou walked in carrying a basin of pickled vegetables. Upon seeing them, he immediately smiled and said, "You're up really early, just in time for breakfast." Song Nansha took a deep breath and asked, "Brother Yi, is this the feast you mentioned?" Fortunately, Yi Li Hou still had some discernment and immediately retorted, "Of course not. What kind of feast is steamed buns and pickled vegetables?" Song Nansha, "So what is our feast?" Yi Li Hou said, "It's fish, Uncle Zhong's best braised fish." Song Nansha breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was normal for braised fish to take a little time, and that the main course was probably still in the pot. She then asked, "Do you need our help?" Yi Li-ho waved his hand. "What help are you guys? You don't even know how to fish." "Fishing." Song Nansher suddenly realized something was wrong. She immediately asked, "Wait, where's the feast you mentioned?" Yi Li-ho scratched his head and smiled, saying, "He's in the river. Big brother went fishing, and Uncle Zhong is still waiting in the kitchen. You guys wait a little longer. If you're really hungry, you can have some steamed buns and pickled vegetables to tide you over." Song Nansher. Everyone. She knew it. There was no way she could expect the Yi brothers to treat her to a meal. Yi Li-ho sighed and said, "There are regulations in Zhongzhou that prohibit the use of spiritual power for fishing and hunting. It is said that they are afraid that the extinction of prey will affect the lives of ordinary people. Otherwise, you could just use spiritual power directly, and you wouldn't have to waste time fishing. I can only ask you to wait for now." Song Nansher. This regulation was truly prescient. Otherwise, she really wasn't sure if the two Yi brothers would actually go so far as to fish out all the fish in a river just to make money. She felt that the big meal was probably out of the question. Others thought so too, and Jiangji asked, still puzzled, "Brother Yi, I see that your house occupies a large area, and all the furniture and furnishings are not ordinary items, so how come you live such a frugal life?" He carefully considered his words. Yi Li-ho completely ignored his words and explained confidently, "You mean the house and furniture? These were all left by our ancestors. Before my father passed away, he repeatedly forbade us from selling the family property. However, my elder brother said that if we really can't make ends meet, we should still sell them. But because I've squandered a lot of money, if we both go to see our father one day, I'll have to take the beating for him." Everyone immediately understood. It turns out their ancestors were once wealthy. However, there was a pair of brothers who probably understood why their father left such a dying wish. Only Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. Were their ancestors wealthy? Speaking of which, the Sheng family she was dealing with, once very wealthy, has vanished without a trace. No. One is surnamed Yi and the other is surnamed Shen. How could she possibly associate them with the Sheng family? She touched her storage ring. Fortunately, the spirit stone is still there. Song Nansher quickly ate 2 bites of pickled vegetables to calm his nerves. Then, overwhelmed by the saltiness, he rolled his eyes and started chugging water. So they waited and waited until they were full from eating dry steamed buns with pickled vegetables, but the feast that was still in the river never came. Yi Li-ho reassured him, I'm fishing. Big brother is a fast fisherman. The fish probably haven't woken up yet. Let's wait a little longer. The fish is still asleep, damn it." Jiangji sighed and gently advised Yi Li-ho to have the fish still in the river for lunch. Yi Li-ho reluctantly agreed. Only Song Nansher thought that they might not be able to eat the fish that Yi Qinshou had caught even by dinner time. After finishing a meal of steamed buns and pickled vegetables, Song Nansher didn't wait for a proper meal and went straight out. Yung Jifeng couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going? It might not be safe outside right now." Song Nansher simply said, "Do you still remember the little girl we collected the corpses from Mount Sichen?" Yung Jifeng was taken aback, then nodded. Song Nansher, last night I looked at the girl's family letter and found that her home was in Zhongzhou, and she only had a father. I said I would send her ashes back. Yung Jifeng was silent for a moment, then stood up and said, "I will go with you." He put on the azure mask, and the two went out together. Zhongzhou is very large. Besides the main city of Zhongzhou, where they are currently located, There are dozens of small cities and numerous sects of varying sizes scattered around it, collectively known as Zhongzhou. However, if we are talking about Zhongzhou City, there is only one such city. The letter was written within the inner city of Zhongzhou. If Song Nanshu went out alone, she would have to ask for directions, but Yung Jifeng grew up in the main city of Zhongzhou and only glanced at the location in the family letter before taking her to the inner city. The two walked for more than an hour before reaching the main city. After asking around for a while, they found the address on the letter at a blacksmith shop. Through a letter from home, Song Nanshu learned that the little girl's father was an ordinary man, and the blacksmith shop he ran only made ordinary iron. From a distance, Song Nanshu could only see rows of farm tools hanging outside the blacksmith shop. A robust middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. His face had an extremely upright and resolute expression, but his brows were deeply furrowed. Song Nanshu and Yung Jifeng exchanged a glance and walked over. The middle-aged man noticed someone approaching, looked up, and casually said, "Guests can see what we have." He paused before finishing his sentence and slowly said, "These two guests probably didn't come to my shop to have their blacksmithing done, did they?" Song Nanshu couldn't help but ask, "What if we were in that situation?" The middle-aged man smirked. "You flatter me, sir. You two must both be cultivators. Things that cultivators can use are beyond the capabilities of my little shop." The two then exchanged another glance. When he arrived, Song Nanshu had clearly already planned how he would tell the person that his daughter had died in Xizang Mountain after he found him. But seeing this middle-aged man whose face never showed any joy, Song Nanshu found himself unable to speak. But some things, if not said, don't mean they didn't happen. Song Nanshu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and prepared to speak. Yung Jifeng stopped her, adjusted his mask, and spoke first. "Do you have a daughter?" As the two of them made these movements, the middle-aged man seemed to realize something. The expression on his face gradually disappeared. There was no forced smile, no furrowed brows, and his face remained expressionless. He simply said, "Yes." Yung Jifeng took the letter from Song Nanshu's hand and asked, "This is your daughter's thing, isn't it?" The middle-aged man took the letter from home, but without even glancing at it, he stared straight at him and asked, "Yes, where is my daughter? Where is she?" Yung Jifeng simply said, "Let's go inside and talk." The middle-aged man's lips were pale from pursing them. Without saying a word, he led them inside and locked the shop. He turned around, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. "Where is my daughter?" Yung Jifeng glanced at Song Nanshu. Song Nanshu lowered his head and took out a small sandalwood box from his storage ring. She whispered, "When we found her at Mount Xizang, it was already 2 hours too late. We didn't have time to save her." Mount Xizang. The middle-aged man immediately realized what was going on. He stared intently at the small sandalwood box until his eyes were red. His calloused hands trembled as he reached out and took the small box. As if still unwilling to give up, he even opened the box to take a look. Song Nanshu wondered if a father could recognize his daughter's ashes. But when he saw the ashes, his face showed a sorrow that was both a smile and a cry. He was panting heavily, as if countless pains were accumulating in his chest, yet he couldn't even cry. Finally, he let out a mournful wail that sounded inhuman. Song Nanshu closed his eyes briefly. Yung Jifeng sighed, fearing he might overreact and cause trouble, and immediately stepped forward, saying, "You." Before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged blacksmith grabbed his arm tightly. His bloodshot eyes stared at him as he asked, "How did my daughter die?" "She died on Mount Xizang, torn apart by ferocious beasts, and lay at the bottom of the river. But Young Jifeng only said she encountered a ferocious beast. The middle-aged blacksmith gasped for breath. Mount Saizong, the ferocious beast. Didn't those people say the ferocious beast was Dong? Didn't they say it was Dong? The two immediately exchanged a glance, and Song Nansure asked right away, "Wait, who said the ferocious beast is Dong?" The middle-aged blacksmith's expression was a mixture of laughter and tears. A few months ago, ferocious beasts appeared in Mount Saizang. After those powerful families went in to exterminate them, they came out saying that the beasts were gone. But they still sealed off Mount Saizang, saying that there were still remnants of ferocious beasts in the mountain that needed to be exterminated, and that there was residual poison left by the beasts that needed to be purified. But there has been no movement for several months. I thought that the ferocious beasts in the mountain were gone. That's why I sent Nan Nan back. The ferocious beast mentioned by this middle-aged man a few months ago was probably the same one that Young Jifeng had participated in during the extermination operation. But the young bird has been entrenched in Mount Saizong for months, yet the ordinary people of Zongrou City are completely unaware of it. They even thought the ferocious beast was Dong. Wang Shorlu has a special business of going into the mountains to find people, and even a small family of cultivators like the Yi family knows that there are ferocious beasts in Xizang Mountain. In other words, all the cultivators were fully aware of this. But ordinary people don't know that. No, perhaps even ordinary cultivators wouldn't know. Song Nansure thought of some relatively new magical artifacts used by cultivators on the river bank. Some monks entered the mountains without knowing anything about it. In other words, certain powerful families in Zongrou City, within a certain local area, blocked the news of the young bird appearing in Saizang Mountain. Song Nansure immediately understood that the powerful families of Zongrou were indeed inextricably linked to those young birds. Otherwise, a normal family facing such a situation would be too busy requesting outside assistance to create a cover-up to prevent the outside world from knowing. Unless they are ghosts themselves. It seemed as if a fire was burning in Song Nanshure's heart. The blacksmith's voice rang out again and again. I felt something was wrong a few days ago. Many people said that someone had gone missing in the mountains, and those cultivators in the city were going to Mount Saizong every day. I was scared. I was afraid that my daughter would come back and coincidentally take that road to Mount Saizong. I wanted to tell her not to come back. Her mother's death anniversary isn't a year away, but I'm not a cultivator. I can't use communication talismans, and I can't find any cultivator willing to help me. I wrote a letter, but she didn't receive it before. As he read each word and sentence, Song Nanshure's anger was hard to quell. In the end, she didn't even know how she left the blacksmith shop. Young Jifeng called her name softly, Song Nansure. Song Nansure turned his head. Through the mask, Song Nansure couldn't see his expression, but she heard him ask with concern, "Are you all right? Should we go back first?" Song Nansure took a deep breath. "It's nothing." The two returned the way they came. On the way back, Song Nansure saw the same group of people with family crests on their clothes hurrying out of the city. She stood there for a while, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. By the time they got back, it was already lunchtime. Steam rose from the Yi family's kitchen. As soon as Song Nansure entered, he saw Yi Lihou boasting excitedly about his brother's fishing skills, while Yi Qinzhou sat to the side with a smile on his face. Song Nansure couldn't help but laugh, feeling the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipate. "Looks like we'll still be able to have fish for lunch today." She walked in and casually asked, "Is the braised fish ready?" It had been a whole noon since then, and she was actually quite looking forward to it. Then Yi Lihou said, "No, it's fish soup. Song Nansure, how did it turn into fish soup again? Yi Li's Ho, the fish my brother caught are not suitable for braising. Fish soup is fine, as long as there's something to eat. Song Nansure sat down to wait for his meal. In no time, they saw Uncle Zhong walk in carrying a large bowl of soup, his face beaming. Fish soup is here. The large basin was placed on the table with a thud. Song Nansure looked over with anticipation. Then I saw a fish about half the size of my palm floating in a basin full of hot water with scallions. Song Nansure. Her smile gradually faded. Is it harder to eat a fish from your family than to attend a state banquet? Song Nansure drank a bellyful of fish soup, and then she missed the pickled vegetables and steamed buns she had that morning. It's true that steamed buns and pickled vegetables are a bit meager, but at least there's something that can actually fill your stomach. Unlike this fish soup, which made her feel nauseous at the sight of water. Moreover, compared to fish soup, Song Nansure preferred to call it the fish's bathwater. Unable to refuse the Yi brothers' hospitality, the group returned to their rooms looking pale and exhausted, still feeling the effects of the alcohol by dinner time. Then I heard Uncle Zhong making preparations for dinner. The group of people were sitting in the yard, silently digesting the fish bathwater they had just swallowed. Upon hearing this, their faces turned green. Even Song Nansure, who is usually so stingy, felt that the Yi family was being too stingy, and even considered giving them some money to improve their meals. It just goes to show that there's always someone better, and even the stingiest person can meet someone even stingier. If even someone as stingy as Song Nansure couldn't stand it, let alone the main characters. The group exchanged glances, and the wealthy woman, Zhu Xiu, quickly said, "Tell Uncle Zhong not to bother. We're new here and you've already helped us so much, so it's my treat today." Yi Qingshou immediately appeared in the courtyard and laughed upon hearing this. How could I accept that? Otherwise, I'll go fishing again. The group immediately shouted, "Treat us! Treat us!" So this time, the Yi brothers couldn't refuse their hospitality and went to the restaurant with them. The group exchanged glances, feeling a lingering sense of unease. The restaurant was unusually lively today. The wealthy woman, Zhu Xiu, couldn't find a private room, so in the end, she and her companions had to sit in the main hall to order food. Seeing that they immediately requested a private room, the waiter eagerly handed them the menu, smiling broadly as he said, "What would you gentlemen like to eat? Our Zhenxiu restaurant's specialties are our master chef's exquisite braised fish and 8 treasure fish soup." The moment the keywords braised fish and fish soup were mentioned, several people turned green again, and a wave of acid reflux rose in their stomachs. They immediately shouted in unison, "No fish!" "Waiter!" His smile almost vanished. He nearly thought he was unlucky enough to run into someone trying to sabotage his event. Then the wealthy woman Zhu Xiu said with a serious expression, "Not a single fish scale is allowed on our dining table today." The waiter couldn't help but say, "We always scale the fish before cooking it at home." "Zhu Xiu, that's the idea." The waiter, completely bewildered, took the menu they had ordered and went to the kitchen. They didn't even order shredded pork with garlic sauce, no matter how he explained that there was no fish in it. What a strange bunch. I've seen people who don't like eating fish, but I've never seen anyone who forbids even the mention of the word fish. While waiting for the food to be served, Song Nansure was about to discuss the restaurant's menu with Yun Jifeng, when he discovered a very serious problem. She frowned and stared at Yun Jifeng for a long time before suddenly saying, "Yun Jifeng, you're wearing a mask." Yun Jifeng adjusted his mask, puzzled. A restaurant, a place with so many people and so many eyes, naturally needs to. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Then Song Nansher said, even if a restaurant is crowded and noisy, it's still a place for eating. You're wearing a mask. Do you have some special eating skills behind the mask? Yoon Ji-fin. Upon hearing this, everyone realized what was happening. Yeah, how are you supposed to eat while wearing a mask? Ju Shio couldn't help but feel regretful. We can't book a private room at this place. Should we go to another one now? Yu Jiujiu, who was so socially awkward that she almost crawled under the table while sitting in the crowd, immediately nodded upon hearing this. Yes, yes, yes. Song Nansher retorted immediately. No way, we've already ordered the food. We'll just be wasting our money if we leave now. As she said this, she couldn't help but click her tongue. Whether in modern times or in the world of cultivation novels, the appearance of a handsome masked man in a restaurant or tea house is a popular plot, so much so that she didn't even notice anything amiss while reading it. Looking back now, wearing a mask is obviously meant to conceal one's identity, and to conceal one's identity, one would need to wear a full-face mask that covers the mouth. If you're already wearing a full-face mask, and you still order food and sit down in the lobby, Song Nansher couldn't help but picture a handsome man wearing a full-face mask cautiously glancing left and right before quickly lifting the mask to reveal his mouth, stuffing food into it, and then swiftly pulling Song Nansher away. She seems unable to look people wearing masks in the eye anymore. So she couldn't help but say, Yoon Ji-fin, do you really want to do this? She made a gesture of quickly lifting her mask and stuffing something into her mouth, urging, as long as you're fast, no one will notice. Yoon Ji-fin's face darkened. So a group of people started discussing how to eat elegantly while wearing a mask. As they were discussing, they heard a commotion at the entrance of the restaurant. They instinctively turned around and saw a sturdy cultivator wearing a full-face mask slowly walking into the restaurant. Even without looking at his face, the cultivator was a handsome man just by his figure. He wore a low-key yet luxurious silver mask and walked slowly into the restaurant, which seemed to add a touch of mystery to the noisy place. It should have been a very impressive entrance. But at this moment, everyone's mind was filled with the image of Song Nansher quickly shoveling rice after lifting his mask. When they applied this to the person in front of them, their gazes towards him became strange. I wonder if such a prestigious cultivator would ever take off his mask and eat his meal. The others couldn't help but follow his gaze. Then Song Nansher discovered that everyone in the restaurant seemed to recognize the masked cultivator, and people greeted him along the way. Even Yi Qinshu couldn't help but exclaim, "He actually came out?" Song Nansher then asked, "Who is this?" Yi Qinshu came to his senses and said, "City Lord of Zongliu City, Gui Qing." The moment the words Ghost Minister were uttered, Song Nansher, who had some medical knowledge, felt a surge of emotion. Gui Qing is also a medicinal herb. Ha! Why did she say also? Oh right, she also seems to know a cassia seed that uses a medicinal herb as its name. So using medicine names as names is actually a trend in the cultivation world. Song Nansher only sighed once, then lowered his voice and asked, "Then what about this ghost minister, and Mount Saitsong?" She didn't finish her sentence, but Yi Qinshu understood what she meant. He thought for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "This Lord Gu Qing is only the nominal lord of Zongliu City. He is in seclusion year-round and does not concern himself with the affairs of Zongliu City unless absolutely necessary. Only major matters are sent to him. On weekdays, the affairs of Zongliu are handled by several major families. Many people say that this lord is just a figurehead and has long been sidelined by those major families." He only quoted what others said, without offering his own opinion, instead muttering, "Now, he's finally out." Listening to this, Song Nansure asked again. Does he wear a mask on ordinary days? Yi Qingzhou nodded. No one has ever seen his true face normally. That mask is his trademark. Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. It's quite interesting that he's the city lord but doesn't reveal his true identity. The two were discussing in hushed tones when they saw the city lord look around and walk towards them. They immediately shut their mouths, then watched as the imposing city lord, wearing a mask, walked straight up to them. The ghost lord spoke, his voice gentle and refined. Right now, this is the only empty seat in the main hall. Would you allow me to share a table with you? Normally, this would not be allowed. But at this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the city lord's mask, and they couldn't help but recall Song Nanshure's actions of shoveling rice into his mouth. Wow! Would a city lord like this really take off his mask and eat rice? How can he eat elegantly if he doesn't eat rice? I'm so curious. Jiang Ji immediately replied, That would be an honor, brother. Please have a seat. The crowd immediately and warmly invited him to an empty seat, and the enthusiastic ghost lord almost lost his smile. Song Nansure also took the opportunity to secretly transmit his voice to Yun Jifeng, saying, Brother Yun, you should watch how this city lord eats later, and then learn from him. A city lord can't make mistakes, can he? Song Nansure cleverly offered a suggestion. Yun Jifeng. Just then, their food was served one after another. Before the ghost lord could even speak, Song Nansure and the others warmly invited him to eat. In the blink of an eye, the empty bowl in front of the ghost lord was piled high with food. The smile of the ghost lord froze. Yi Qingzhou then explained unhurriedly, Lord City, please don't mind. My friends are just a little too enthusiastic. Lord Guqing paused for a moment, then his voice became gentle again, and he said, It's all right, I'm just too flattered. Yi Qingzhou immediately said, Then the city lord, hurry up and eat your food. Instantly, everyone at the table turned their gazes toward him, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. The city lord's chopsticks trembled, and he inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. But the food was already piled up in the bowl, so I couldn't just not eat it. The city lord picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks. Everyone's eyes followed the movement of his chopsticks. Then the city lord remembered that he was still wearing a mask. City lord. He was beginning to understand why they were so enthusiastic. Was it just his imagination? But now that the die was cast, the city lord paused for a moment and then made a decision. He raised one hand, precisely lifting the mask to reveal a section of his fair chin and crimson lips. Then, with swift and elegant movements, he put the food into his mouth, covered the mask with his other hand, and began to chew gracefully. His movements were fluid and graceful. Everyone, oh. So this is really how people who wear masks eat. Everyone was amazed. And they still felt like they hadn't had enough. They always felt that the way the ghost lord lifted his mask to eat was a little bit mesmerizing, and they couldn't help but want to see it again, so they continued to urge him to eat. Song Nansure whispered to Yun Jifeng, Brother Yun, look, he's eating like this. Why don't you hurry up and learn from him? Yun Jifeng. He said expressionlessly, I'm not hungry. Song Nansure felt extremely regretful. Lord Guqing was kept eating, his mouth never stopping, and he didn't even have a chance to say what he originally wanted to say. For a full half hour, Song Nansure watched as half a table of food was persuaded to be eaten by the city lord. Everyone watched with great interest, wanting more. Lord Guqing kept burping as he ate. He only found a chance to speak after all the food on the table had been eaten. He hiccuped as he said, "You guys are really very hospitable, but I see that you are all unfamiliar faces. It must be your first time visiting Longno City, right?" Song Nansure knew that the City Lord's true purpose had arrived. What are the chances that a City Lord will share a table with someone when going out to eat? What are the chances that he will happen to share a table with them? She didn't reply, but when she saw the snacks were served, she continued, "Have some snacks, have some snacks." City Lord. He simply couldn't eat anymore. So he could only smile wryly and say, "It seems you all know that my real intention is not what I'm looking for. Well then, my original intention was indeed not to share a table, but to make friends with you all. But that's all I wanted to do. I had no other intentions whatsoever." Song Nanshure's smile remained unchanged as he asked, "Does the City Lord not like this mung bean cake? What about the peach blossom pastry?" A peach blossom pastry was placed in his bowl. City Lord. He felt his stomach churning uncontrollably, and the food he ate almost choked him. Seeing that Song Nansure still intended to persuade them to eat, the Ghost Lord knew that today's trip was probably going to be unlucky, as these people were completely unresponsive. So he sighed and said, "Very well, I know you don't believe me, so let's get to know each other today and become friends another day." With that, he stood up, looking dejected, intending to leave. Song Nansure smiled and said, "City Lord, please finish your peach blossom pastry before you leave." City Lord. His back staggered, and his steps suddenly quickened. Song Nan clicked his tongue twice, expressing his deep regret. Everyone immediately looked over. When Song Nansure started desperately trying to persuade the others to eat, everyone realized something was wrong. It was true that their junior sister loved to play, but she wouldn't make things so difficult for a stranger. If she does that, then there's definitely something wrong with that person. Jiangji then lowered his voice and asked, "Junior sister, is there something wrong with this person?" Song Nansure countered, "Would you remember when a new face appeared in our sect, and even make a special effort to befriend them?" Jiangji shook his head. Song Nansure, "So, no matter how much this City Lord loves his people, he can tell at a glance that we are newcomers, so what reason does he have to befriend a few insignificant people like us?" Zhu Xiu thought for a moment, puzzled. "Then what do you mean?" Song Nansure, "Unless he knows that we came from Saizan Mountain. When we came out, Saizan Mountain was quite turbulent. He probably thinks we are useful." Zhu Xiu understood. "You mean, this City Lord, who is being sidelined by powerful families, wants to befriend us and borrow our strength after learning that we have the ability to break out of Saizan Mountain?" Song Nansure said thoughtfully, "Judging from his performance from the beginning until now, that's the case. At the very least, his behavior has given others the impression that this is the case, and he doesn't mind letting others know that he wants to be this way." Zhu Xiu felt that her junior sister's words were a bit strange. But if that's the case, they'd better stay away from this City Lord. So she said, "I'll go pay the bill first." Song Nansure replied, "No need, that City Lord has probably already settled it." She also exclaimed, "We need more kind people like this, who are eager to pay the bill." Zhu Xiu asked the shopkeeper and found out that the bill had indeed been settled. The group enjoyed a free meal and walked back happily. Of course, Song Nansure was probably the only one who felt physically and mentally satisfied. They ate at the largest restaurant in the inner city, and when they returned, they also traveled from the inner city back to the outer city. Inevitably, I passed by the blacksmith shop of the middle-aged father from yesterday. Song Nan glanced over and saw that the blacksmith shop was closed and completely dark. During the day, various farm tools were still hanging outside the blacksmith shop, but there was no one left in the blacksmith shop. Song Nansher and Yoon Jifeng exchanged a glance and immediately sensed something was wrong. Without saying a word, Song Nansher strode forward and pushed open the door of the blacksmith's shop, only to find that the blacksmith's furnace had been cold for who knows how long. Her heart skipped a beat. The blacksmith had no other residence in the city. He ate and slept at the blacksmith's shop. If he wasn't here, where else could he be? Moreover, the ashes and letters they sent were not there. Song Nansher immediately looked at Yoon Jifeng. Yoon Jifeng immediately said, "I'll track the blacksmith's scent. You follow me." As he spoke, he made a hand seal, turned around, and chased after the blacksmith. Song Nansher left only one sentence. "We have other things to do. You guys go back first." He turned and chased after her. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Without a word, Jiangji said, "Chase." Song Nan followed Yoon Jifeng through a maze of twists and turns, eventually catching up with him from the inner city market all the way inside. That is, the place where the cultivators in the city gather. Song Nansher's heart sank even further. She had a pretty good idea of what the blacksmith was up to. "I just hope they still have time." As she was thinking this, she saw Yoon Jifeng stop. This was a dark alley. When Song Nansher looked up, he saw the blacksmith they had been searching for standing at the dark end of the alley, his eyes fixed on the two cultivators who were turning into the alley from the main road. The two monks wore clothing with identical family crests. Song Nansher immediately spoke up, "Stop." Before he could finish speaking, the blacksmith had already rushed out, holding a sharp long knife in his hand. How could an ordinary person wielding a long sword possibly harm a cultivator? The two cultivators thought so too. When they saw an ordinary person suddenly rushing over, they didn't even dodge. They swung their long swords straight at the blacksmith's head. Song Nansher's expression immediately turned cold, and he immediately used Xuanfeng in his hand. However, even faster than her was a jade pendant that the blacksmith suddenly threw out along with his long knife. The jade pendant suddenly burst forth with a dazzling sword light, slashing straight at the two unsuspecting cultivators. The two cultivators panicked. One erected a barrier, and the other blocked the sword light, but they were unable to dodge in time, and one of the cultivators was left with a bloody mark. The blacksmith neither dodged nor dodged, facing the deflected sword light head-on. The wind from the south of the Song River finally arrived, immediately enveloping the blacksmith and pulling him backward. At this moment, the injured cultivator had regained his senses and immediately flew into a rage, raising his long sword and shouting, "You dare to hurt me!" Another gust of wind swept in, knocking the cultivator's long sword away. Song Nansher emerged from the shadows expressionlessly and coldly asked, "Whose father are you?" The cultivator frowned. "And who are you? Are you with this person?" Song Nansher remained silent, only looking at the blacksmith. The blacksmith stared at her, his eyes bloodshot. He only said, "Before I wrote the letter home, he was playing on my street. I saw that he was from a big family, so I asked him in a humble voice if there were still any ferocious beasts in Seedsong Mountain and if my family could come back. He said it himself, but today, I clearly saw him go to Mount Sichen." Song Nansher paused, then turned his gaze to the injured cultivator. She asked, "You lied to him?" The injured monk paused. The uninjured cultivators looked completely bewildered, clearly unaware of what had happened. But the injured cultivator quickly retorted confidently, "I was just saying it casually. Who knew he would actually believe it? The family requires this to be kept secret. How could I tell the truth? He's just stupid." Song Nansher interrupted him. "His daughter died on the way back, on Sichen Mountain. The man was taken aback. But he quickly turned his face away, saying, "What does that have to do with me?" He seemed to have convinced himself, then turned back, pointed at them, and said righteously, "That's his own business. I didn't kill his daughter. He attacked me today, and my family will definitely not let him get away with it. If you don't want to die with him, then..." Bam! Before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying several meters away. The wind transformed into a blade and rested on his neck. Song Nansher slowly stepped forward, placed a foot on the man's chest, and ground it slowly under his pained cries. She said calmly, "Who do you think you are, to point fingers at us?" The wind pressed down, leaving a bloody gash on his neck. The man felt the fear of death. He gasped for breath and blurted out, "Even if you kill me, you won't leave this city alive." Song Nansher chuckled softly. She said, "Didn't you understand what I said? Who do you think you are?" The city lord's mansion. When Gui Qing returned to his secret chamber, he heard a cold laugh coming from inside. A voice said, "You've seen her." Gui Qing remained expressionless, only chuckling as he replied, "I saw him." The man asked, "How is it?" Gui Qing's smile remained unchanged. "She's just a little girl, a bit clever and a bit cunning, but that's all." The man emerged from the shadows. He had an extremely kind face. If Song Nansher were here, she would call out the other person's name immediately. "Pillow brother." "Ahem, cassia seeds." Zhu Mingzi also laughed out loud, but her smile was distorted. "Then you are really confident." Gui Qing remained unfazed. "Of course I won't end up like you, losing hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and getting nothing in return." Looking at his confident expression, Zhu Mingzi thought of her own experience and suddenly began to look forward to the day when he would be swindled out of all his money by Song Nansher. At this moment, Gui Qing was unaware that his colleague had already decided his fate. He confidently said, "It's normal for her to be a little wary right now, but give me 3 days, and that girl will be nothing more than my possession. I'm not like you, who suffered a loss the moment we met." As he spoke, he suddenly let out a loud burp. "Ghost Minister." "Cassia seed," he said quietly, "it seems you really didn't suffer any loss. You ate quite your fill." When Jiangji and the others rushed over, what they saw was Song Nansher standing with one foot on the chest of a strange cultivator, with a wind blade pressing against the other's neck. There was another terrified stranger standing nearby. Faced with this situation, Jiangji was taken aback and blurted out, "Kill them to silence them." Song Nansher. Her expressionless face nearly faltered. She felt that the solemn atmosphere she had painstakingly created had been completely ruined by those 4 words. Jiangji, however, had already quite skillfully gotten into the zone. He looked at the terrified stranger standing to the side and immediately said, "Second junior sister, hold that cultivator down. We can't let the witness get away." It's a process that seems to have been executed countless times to become so adept at handling such situations. Zhu Xiu was more familiar with the situation than he was. He drew his long sword and held it against the witness's neck, looking as if he would eliminate the witness at the slightest provocation. Yu Jiujiu looked left and right, quickly caught up with the rhythm, took out the rabbit in her arms and whispered, "I can have the rabbit dump their bodies in Xizang Mountain. No one will find out." After some discussion, the entire process of murder, silencing witnesses, and destroying evidence was completed. Song Nansher. She felt that she couldn't think too deeply about why the 2 main characters, Jiangji and Zhu Xiu, were so skilled at murder to silence witnesses, because thinking about it too much would make it hard to sleep at night. But it's one thing for a male lead who's arrogant and domineering to be paired with a female lead who's in a crematorium. But why is Yu Jojo, a female lead in a sweet romance novel, so well adapted to this situation? Song Nansure took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but he couldn't. He snapped, "Murder to silence witnesses my ass. I'm upholding justice." The crowd fell silent in fear at Song Nanshure's volatile temper. Old Man Lu poked his head out of the jade pendant and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha." Song Nansure. Just then, the cultivator at Song Nanshure's feet seized the opportunity and pulled out a dagger from somewhere, stabbing at Song Nansure in an attempt to kill him. Song Nansure immediately sneered and kicked the man's wrist. With a crack, the man's wrist went limp and fell down. Before he could scream, Song Nansure kicked him in the mouth again, silencing his scream. The monk looked at her with fear and resentment. Song Nansure looked down at him and asked only, "You admit that you lied to him?" The monk's teeth were chattering, but he still stubbornly insisted, "So what if it is?" "Song Nansure, you did this on purpose." "Monk, what's the difference?" "Is there any difference?" The blacksmith, who was in a daze, let out a laugh that sounded like a cry. Only then did everyone notice the blacksmith's presence, and from Song Nanshure's words, they roughly understood what had happened. Their faces darkened. Yi Qingzhou said directly, "Liz-O, go and keep watch outside the alley." Yi Liz-Ho walked out without saying a word. The monks then realized that this seemed to be serious. He was terrified and confused. "He's just a mortal." I said it casually, and he believed it himself. If anyone was responsible for his daughter's death, it was him. "You are all cultivators. Why would you go against me for the sake of a mortal? Just for the sake of a mortal?" His expression showed genuine confusion. He really didn't think he had done anything wrong. Just like a human who casually plays with an ant, he will not feel guilty about the death of an ant. Song Nansure suddenly felt listless. She turned to look at Yi Qingzhou and asked, "Which family does this person belong to?" Upon hearing this, the cultivator's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, "I am a member of the Yun family. Our Yun family is one of the largest aristocratic families in Zongrou. If I die here, they will not let you go. If you know what's good for you." The Yun family. Song Nansure suddenly paused, and couldn't help but look at Yun Jifeng, who had been unusually silent from beginning to end. "Zhangzhou, Yun family. Okay, she probably knows why Yun Jifeng is being hunted down." Song Nansure remained silent, which made the man think she was afraid. He then said smugly, "Hurry up and let go of me." The blacksmith's eyes were filled with despair. Song Nansure looked directly at Yun Jifeng, interrupting the cultivator, and asked, "If I were to throw him into Mount Saizang now, do you think the Yun family, with their methods, would even know that their disciple is in danger?" She looked like she was really considering killing someone to cover it up. The monk suddenly stopped, and the blacksmith immediately looked up. When asked the question, Yun Jifeng slowly walked out from the shadows, his voice colder than ever before. He said, "Why go through all that trouble?" He looked down at the cultivator and spoke clearly, word by word, according to the Yun family's rules. Any disciple of the clan who bullies mortals, harms people, commits crimes, or wreaks havoc in the region will have their Dantian cultivation destroyed and will be forbidden from cultivating for the rest of their life. The man's eyes widened suddenly. How did you know?" The other cultivator, who was being held down by Yu Xiu, also suddenly looked over. Song Nansure ignored them, only clicking his tongue and saying, "The Yun family has such family rules? How can they produce such disciples?" Yun Jifeng said calmly, "It existed before. Song Nansher then looked at the cultivator, squatted down, and chuckled, then congratulations. From now on, you will experience what it means to be born, grow old, get sick, and die, and what it means to be powerless, just like the mortals you look down on. Are you happy? The cultivator kept backing away, saying, You can't. Song Nansher stepped on his foot, stood up, looked at the blacksmith behind him, and suddenly asked, Do you want to avenge your daughter yourself? The light in the blacksmith's eyes suddenly became astonishingly bright. Song Nansher then took out a dagger imbued with spiritual power from his storage ring, threw it into his hand, and said, If you want, then you can do it yourself. After you do it, forget about today's events and forget about this person. Go back to your blacksmith shop, give your daughter a proper burial, and then live a good life with her. The blacksmith had tears in his eyes, but he smiled and said, Okay. 15 minutes later, Song Nansher picked up the cultivator, who looked like a dead dog, and stuffed him into his storage ring. He then asked Zhu Xiu, Does your crematorium need any more people? Zhu Xiu glanced at her storage ring and said, I'd take as many people like that as they come. Song Nansher then said, Then I'll give this to you for free. Zhu Xiu, no referral fee. Song Nansher, no thanks, I find this person unlucky. I'm afraid he'll bring bad luck to your crematorium. The two of them finalized the man's destination in a few words. Just then, the blacksmith suddenly asked from the side, Can I go to that crematorium you mentioned? The two exchanged a glance. The second senior sister immediately said, If you come over, I'll arrange for you to be his direct superior. Song Nansher added, In Wuyangsek's immortal town, just mention Zhu Xiu's name. The blacksmith smiled through his tears. All right, once I've seen with my own eyes that all those animals on Mount Saizang have been wiped out, I'll take my daughter with me to the Wuyang sect. He seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, yet he also seemed to have regained the will to life. He staggered forward to pick up the jade pendant he had just thrown away, muttering to himself, This is what my daughter left me for self-defense. I must keep it safe. Holding the jade pendant, he stumbled and disappeared into the darkness. The two remained silent for a long time. Zhu Xiu sighed and said, If keeping this beast alive can give the blacksmith the motivation to live again, then he is still somewhat useful. The two turned their heads and looked at another cultivator, who had been traveling with the cultivator from before. The monk looked very young and was already terrified. He probably had no idea what his colleagues had done. Song Nansher then asked, What should we do with this person? The man's expression immediately turned terrified. Just as Jiang Ji was about to explain the proper procedure for handling eyewitnesses, Yun Jifeng suddenly said, Leave this person to me. You all go back first, I'll handle the aftermath. The monk asked tremblingly, Who are you? Yun Jifeng suddenly took off his mask. The man's eyes widened suddenly. You are the young master. Before he could finish speaking, Yun Jifeng knocked him unconscious and turned to ask Yi Li's Ho, Does your house have a dungeon? Yi Qingzhou smiled kindly. For a family of good people like us, a dungeon is naturally an essential thing. Yun Jifeng nodded. Then I'll borrow it. Yi Qingzhou, the rent is 5 spirit stones per day. Yun Jifeng. He remained unfazed, 3 spirit stones at a time. If that doesn't work, I'll find another way. Yi Qingzhou said regretfully, All right. Song Nansher. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether it was the idea that a good family must have a dungeon that was outrageous, or the idea that a dungeon could generate rental income that was even more outrageous. But the matter was finally resolved. Song Nan watched as Jiang Ji and his group of protagonists skillfully cleaned up the battlefield, leaving no trace behind. The group turned around and went back to the Yi family as if nothing had happened. Upon returning, Yoon Jifeng took the Yoon family cultivator to the dungeon. Behind him, Yi Qinzhou watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. The Yoon family, where the wind stops. If he remembered correctly, the Yoon family's prodigy was declared dead by the Yoon family themselves. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Yoon Jifeng had just woken up the Yoon family cultivator. The Yoon family cultivator opened his eyes and saw Yoon Jifeng's face, his expression one of astonishment and confusion. "You young master. But the patriarch wasn't talking about you." At this point, he suddenly realized something and abruptly stopped. Yoon Jifeng remained calm. "So you're saying I'm dead?" The Yoon family cultivator abruptly shut his mouth, his expression one of struggle. Yoon Jifeng chuckled and asked, "Which clan of the Yoon family are you a cultivator from?" The Yoon family cultivator remained silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "A collateral branch of the Gu generation." Yoon Jifeng understood. "Your branch didn't go to seed some mountain back then. No wonder you don't know anything." He pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "Answer all the questions I'm about to ask you." The Yoon family cultivator remained silent for a moment before asking, "Young master, please ask." "Yoon Jifeng, when did you start being sent to Mount Saizang?" "Monk, 2 days ago." "2 days ago, on the day they came out of Saizang Mountain." "Yoon Jifeng, are you all aware that there are ferocious beasts lurking in the Four Treasures Mountains?" The cultivator said, "It's known throughout the major families." Yoon Jifeng, "But the family forbids you from telling anyone." The cultivator said, "The elders and uncles said it's just a ferocious beast, and they're afraid that if word gets out, it will cause chaos in the city." Yoon Jifeng, "Back then, several major families were clearing out the ferocious beasts in the Four Treasures Mountain. I remember that before I died, the ferocious beasts had been almost completely wiped out. When did they start to overrun the area again?" The monk said, "Yes, it was after you disappeared for half a month." Yoon Jifeng, "When did the ghost lord emerge from seclusion?" The monk said, "It was around that time." Yoon Jifeng asked very detailed questions, going into great detail. After he had asked the cultivator about everything he knew, he nodded approvingly. "Not bad, you didn't try to be clever." The cultivator's expression was complicated. "So, the rumors in the clan that you, young master, are not dead are actually true?" Yoon Jifeng nodded, "Yes." The Yoon family cultivator was agitated. "So it really was the patriarch and the others who did it?" "Young master, since you are unharmed, why don't you go back?" Yoon Jifeng countered, "Do you know what your companion did today?" The Yoon family cultivator paused, his expression darkening, and said, "I don't know. I've never done anything like this before. I didn't know the Yoon family had such people. They weren't like this before." Yoon Jifeng, "Then would you like to associate with someone like that?" The Yoon family cultivator pursed his lips and shook his head. Yoon Jifeng chuckled lightly, "I don't want to either, so why should I go back?" He said calmly, "Not only will I not go back, but I also think that the Yoon family no longer has any reason to exist." The Yoon family cultivator suddenly raised his head. Yoon Jifeng stood up and said, "If you don't want to be implicated, stay here for now." He turned and left. The Yoon family cultivators were stunned. On the other side, Song Nansure guessed that Yoon Jifeng's original family must be the Yoon family they had met today. When she returned to the Yi family, she saw Yoon Jifeng carrying that Yoon family cultivator to the dungeon. Her first reaction was that she wondered what Yoon Jifeng's original status was in Zhongluo and how he was doing. She was stunned as soon as the thought came to her mind. She then closed her eyes and reminded herself that the worst thing one can do is to speak too intimately with someone you don't know well, as most troubles come from meddling in other people's business. After reciting those 2 sentences, she seemed to calm down a bit. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Old Man Lu floating in front of her, looking at her with ill intent. He seemed to have guessed something, and urged, "The Yi family must have a list of prominent families in Zhongzhou. Why don't you borrow it and take a look? Then you'll know everything you want to know." Song Nansher. Most troubles come from meddling in other people's business. She calmed down. Just then, Jiangji said, "Third junior sister, would you like some late-night snacks? The city lord ate half the food at the restaurant today, and I'm a little hungry." He ate a steamed bun. Song Nansher shouted, "No. That would be too much trouble." She turned and went back to her room. Jiangji was completely confused. "It's just a late-night snack. What's the big deal?" Old Man Lu laughed heartily. Song Nansher returned to his room, lay on the bed, and calmly closed his eyes. Then the image of Yun Jifeng appeared before my eyes. She immediately rolled over. Then roll over, and roll over again. After a while, Song Nansher sat up expressionlessly and got up to go find Yi Qinshou. Yi Qinshou was very surprised when he saw her. Song Nansher said expressionlessly, "Does your family have a register of prominent families in Zhongzhou? Let me take a look." "Never mind, she'll only meddle this once." Then, Yi Qinshou took her to the study. Yi Qinshou brought over a neatly arranged family register and instructed, "You must read it carefully. This is the only copy I have. Buying another one will be very expensive." Song Nansher was no longer surprised that he was so long-winded about borrowing a book. She even thanked him for not asking her for rent. She said calmly, "Thank you." Then, he carefully opened the family register. Then there was a pause. On the first page of the family register, there was a slip of paper that looked very familiar to her. The moment Song Nansher saw that note, he felt like he was suffocating. She remained calm, staring at the note, and asked, "What is this?" Upon seeing it, Yi Qinshou immediately took out the note, glanced at it, and exclaimed with delight, "So it was here." Song Nansher felt even more uneasy. "This is..." Yi Qinshou smiled and said, "Oh, it's an IOU left by our ancestors." Song Nansher held his breath. "An ancestral IOU? You owe someone else?" Yi Qinshou laughed heartily. "How could that be? If we owed someone, I would have thrown this IOU away long ago." Song Nansher took a deep breath. "Since they are all ancestors, why are you still keeping them? The debtors might all be dead." Yi Qinshou laughed. "How could that be?" He smiled and said, "The debtor is dead, but the debtor still has descendants. Our ancestors said that we must leave an IOU. The debtor will surely have descendants to repay the debt in the future. When we are in dire straits one day, this IOU will be our only way out." He added, "I also want to thank you. This IOU was lost a few years ago when Li Hou was cleaning the house. I searched for it for many days but couldn't find it. Who knew it would be here? If it weren't for you today, I don't know when I would have found it. If it weren't for you today." Song Nansher's vision went black. Even though everything was dark, she could still see the large Sheng on the IOU. The Sheng family, the Yi family. Why did you change your surname for no reason? If she knew your surname was Sheng, she would rather die than go to Zhongzhou. Most troubles come from meddling in other people's business. She learned a lesson. Yun Jifeng, having you is truly my blessing. Song Nansher looked at Yi Qinshou expressionlessly. Yi Qingzhou looked at her with a smile. Between the two was an old IOU. Yi Qingzhou glanced at her, then at the IOU, his smile unchanged, but he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Miss Song, you wouldn't happen to?" Song Nansher immediately retorted, "I didn't. I didn't. You're talking nonsense." Yi Qingzhou's smile deepened. "I didn't say anything." Song Nansher, "I was careless." Yi Qingzhou continued, "Miss Song is a fortune teller." Song Nansher's face froze. Yi Qingzhou, that's quite a coincidence. According to the information passed down from our ancestors, the senior who owed my family money back then was also a fortune teller. Song Nansher replied dryly, "Oh, what a coincidence." Yi Qingzhou, "Miss Song." Song Nansher, "What are you doing?" Yi Qingzhou smiled and said, "Since you're already here, pay me back." Song Nansher. Yi Qingzhou continued, "According to our ancestors' records, the fortune teller who owed our family money had cast a divination before lending it to us. He said that when our family was in dire straits, his descendant would surely come to repay the money. Now, only my brother and I are left in the Yi family, and we are living in such poverty. Miss Song just happened to appear and even personally found the lost IOU. Doesn't this perfectly fulfill the prophecy?" He exclaimed, "What do you call this? This is what you call a destined meeting from 1,000 miles away." Song Nansher still tried to argue, "I don't know anything about any seniors." Yi Qingzhou stared at her intently for a long time before suddenly saying, "Miss Song, I don't want this to happen." Song Nansher was wondering what he was going to do when he suddenly covered his mouth and started coughing. As he coughed, he skillfully spat out a mouthful of blood. "Song Nansher, you're back again." She suddenly took 2 steps back. Yi Qingzhou, however, was pale and weak, saying, "It's my body that's failing me. I was so anxious that I frightened Miss Song. But it's all right. My body is already at its limit. At worst, I'll be beyond medical help. I'm a dying man, and I don't expect Miss Song to repay the money. I only hope that, for the sake of this IOU, you will take care of my younger brother after I die." He took 2 steps forward, looking as if he would die on the spot in front of Song Nansher if she didn't return the money. Song Nansher was practically begging him to kneel down. She was already in a desperate struggle after seeing the IOU, and seeing his expression that she would die peacefully if he didn't pay her back. She immediately jumped back, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Yi Qingzhou, "Miss Song." Song Nansher, "Give it back. Give it back." "I'll give it back, okay." As soon as he said this, Yi Qingzhou immediately stopped coughing, his complexion became rosy, and his legs regained their strength. He demonstrated to Song Nansher what it meant to be cured on the spot, which could be called a medical miracle. Song Nansher. She stared at him with a long face and dead fish eyes. Yi Qingzhou deftly picked up the IOU and said with a smile, "I knew Miss Song would repay it. If Miss Song didn't intend to repay the money, why would she make a special trip to Zhongzhou for no reason?" Song Nansher chuckled twice, his tone sarcastic. "You seem more like a fortune teller than I am." Yi Qingzhou smiled without saying a word. Seeing that he picked up the IOU as if to collect the debt, Song Nansher immediately said, "Wait, before you pay me back, I need to check first. The IOU says the Sheng family of Zhongzhou, but you 2 brothers both have the surname Yi." Yi Qingzhou's smile remained unchanged. "Our ancestors were surnamed Sheng, but starting with my great-grandfather, the Sheng family changed their surname to Yi, following my great-grandmother's surname." Song Nansher did a quick calculation. If we calculate based on the average lifespan in the cultivation world, Yi Qingzhou's great-grandfather lived more than 900 years ago. It was precisely during her research in the library that she discovered the time when the Sheng family of Zongrou had completely disappeared from the records of clans. She took her grandmother's surname. When Song Nanshu recalled the process of the Sheng family of Zongrou going from being extremely prominent to gradually disappearing from existence in the records of the clan, he was almost certain that something must have happened that forced the Sheng family to hide their identities or even change their surnames. Although the cultivation world is not as feudal and closed as the real ancient times, the inheritance of surnames is still a very important matter for a family. It is not that Song Nanshu looks down on the natives of the cultivation world, but for ordinary natives of the cultivation world, it is already considered enlightened to let one child take the mother's surname. Letting the whole family take the mother's surname means that the family will perish unless they do not change their surname. Song Nanshu couldn't help but think of the cultivation technique that Yi Lihou practiced, the one that old man Lu had mentioned that shortened one's lifespan. She asked, "Is it related to your family's martial arts techniques?" Yi Qingzhou's smile faltered. After a moment, he asked, "Does Miss Song know?" Song Nanshu nodded. "I know a little about it. The cultivation method that Yi Lihou practices shortens his lifespan." She frowned again as she spoke, "But Yi Liu's health is very good. Could it be that Liu? I'm seeing things wrong." Yi Qingzhou smiled faintly and said, "Miss Song is not mistaken." He said, "Isn't there still me whose lifespan is shortened?" Song Nanshu's eyes widened suddenly, and he blurted out, "You cough up blood all the time, so you weren't faking it?" Yi Qingzhou. He smiled, "Mostly, no." Song Nanshu realized what she had said and felt guilty. She felt that Yi Qingzhou's illness was real, but she had doubted him. It was truly. Before he could finish thinking, Yi Qingzhou said with an unchanged smile, "Of course, sometimes we can still make use of them." When exactly this sometimes applies is self-evident. Song Nanshu, you truly live up to your reputation. After silently criticizing her, she hesitated again. "Then what about your body?" Yi Qingzhou laughed and said, "Live well, and you might just die a natural death." As he spoke, he said wistfully, "The Yi family, formerly the Sheng family, once produced a cultivator of extraordinary talent who improved the Sheng family's original cultivation method. This method enabled the Sheng family to produce many capable individuals for a period of time, but who knew?" Song Nanshu understood. There are gains and losses. This technique has its drawbacks. Yi Qingzhou nodded, "And from now on, the descendants of the Sheng family will no longer be able to cultivate other cultivation techniques." Song Nanshu couldn't help but frown. Unable to cultivate other techniques. This doesn't seem like a problem with the technique itself. I've never heard of a technique that, after affecting oneself, would be passed on to one's offspring. Yi Qingzhou continued, "At that time, our ancestor was at his wit's end." Song Nanshu interjected, "That senior fortune teller's words awakened me from my dream." Yi Qingzhou smiled and said, "No, that senior fortune teller came to borrow money." Song Nanshu. Yi Qingzhou, moreover, that senior made it clear that he was about to ascend to immortality and would not be able to repay the money in this lifetime, so he would have to ask his successor, who is unknown how many years later, to repay it. Song Nanshu's eyes twitched. She was actually predicted 1,000 years ago. Yi Qingzhou continued, "Our ancestor naturally disagreed, so the senior performed a divination for our ancestor in exchange, saying that if the Sheng family were no longer the Sheng family, the descendants would have a chance to survive. Our ancestor's solution was to change our surname." Song Nanshu couldn't help but ask, "Is it useful?" Yi Qingzhou laughed and said, "By our generation, Lishou is no longer troubled by cultivation techniques. If I don't court death, I can live a long life. Song Nansha breathed a sigh of relief. Then she heard Yi Qingshou say, so. Song Nansha looked up and said, Yi Qingshou pulled out an abacus. Let's calculate the interest over the past 1,000 years. Song Nansha. She really wants to give Yi Qingshou a performance of dying on the spot. She said expressionlessly, the IOU doesn't mention interest. Yi Qingshou couldn't help but sigh that his ancestors were not farsighted enough, if interest had been included on this IOU. He said, but according to the lending standards of money shops. Song Nansha sneered, if you're going to follow the lending standards of money shops, then you might as well sell me out. She looked like she'd give up on the spot if they mentioned interest rates. Yi Qingshou felt extremely regretful. If the person in front of him were a rich man, he might have been able to find a way to swindle him, but unexpectedly, the successor of that poor senior was also a poor man. Is being poor some kind of essential condition for your lineage to succeed? As is well known, the poor are the group that is hardest to exploit. He could only regretfully put away the abacus and reach out his hand, saying, then, Miss Song, please return the money. Song Nansha. That day finally came. After struggling for a while, she expressionlessly took out a storage bag containing 5,000 spirit stones from her storage ring and slowly placed it in Yi Qingshou's hand. She said solemnly, Brother Yi, you must treat them well. Yi Qingshou smiled, I know. Song Nansha continued, you mustn't let them suffer any injustice. Yi Qingshou continued to smile, I understand. Song Nansha, you. Yi Qingshou interrupted her, Miss Song. Song Nansha, huh? Yi Qingshou tugged at the storage bag in his hand and said, can you let go first? Song Nansha pursed his lips. The two people were holding onto a storage bag, pulling it back and forth on the table. The table, unable to bear the weight, let out a muffled thud. Yi Qingshou was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, this table was passed down from our ancestors. It costs 50 spirit stones. If it gets damaged. Song Nansha was startled and subconsciously let go of his hand. Yi Qingshou quickly put away the spirit stones and said with a smile, then, the debt is settled. Song Nansha forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Ha 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 ha. A moment later, Song Nansha, carrying a family history book, left the study with Yi Qingshou. Song Nansha looked somber, as if he had lost money. Yi Qingshou was all smiles, as if he were the one who had picked up the money that Song Nansha had lost. Then the two of them bumped into Yung Jifeng head-on. Upon seeing their expressions, Yung Jifeng blurted out, Song Nansha, did you lose money? Song Nansha. She slowly raised her head and looked at him expressionlessly. Yung Jifeng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Then he saw Song Nansha chuckle twice and say, thanks to you. Yung Jifeng. Something about what he said didn't feel right. Then she turned and left. Yung Jifeng. It seems he has angered Song Nansha. But he clearly did nothing. Watching Song Nansha's figure disappear into the distance, he could only look at Yi Qingshou and ask, what happened to her? Yi Qingshou said cheerfully, he probably remembered something sad. Yung Jifeng narrowed his eyes, then what about you? Yi Qingshou, of course I was thinking of something happy. Yung Jifeng. There's definitely a problem. Before Song Nansha, who was identified as having problems, could even understand what love was, she tasted the bitterness of love. After returning to her room, she put the family record aside and lay down. But after lying down for a short while, she sat up again with a blank expression, picked up the family records and began to read. She had already spent the money, and since she had borrowed this family history book at great expense, she had to grit her teeth and keep reading it. She reached out and turned to the page about the Young family. Upon seeing the first line, Song Nansure paused. The young master of the Young family, a prodigy, whose given name is unknown. Currency. Chilling blood jade. The cloud stopped the wind. Song Nansure took a slow breath. Her initial guess was that Young Jifeng was some elite disciple from a prominent family, but who knew? Young master? Prince of Qilin. The Young family is hunting down their own young master. Is this guy really not crazy? etc. Song Nansure suddenly thought of something. The young bird of Mount Saizan appeared shortly after Young Jifeng was hunted down. Young Jifeng was forced to leave the Young family, and then a flock of young birds appeared on Mount Saizan. Is it really that coincidental? After a moment of contemplation, Song Nansure read the family records until the early hours of the morning. Suddenly, she threw down the book, left her room, and went straight to Young Jifeng's room. Then he knocked on the window. Kilinzi. Inside the room, Young Jifeng was startled awake by the noise. His first reaction was that they were being chased, and then he realized that it was Song Nansure's voice. His heart skipped a beat. The next moment, he got up and opened the window. Then Song Nansure outside the window gasped, his gaze fixed on Song Nansure's chest. Young Jifeng? He looked down. Then I noticed that my clothes were not closed properly. He instinctively reached out to close his hand, but halfway up, a thought struck him. Pretending not to notice anything, he casually asked, "What are you doing knocking on my window in the middle of the night?" Song Nansure remained silent. Young Jifeng coughed. Song Nansure. Song Nansure snapped out of his daze, forced himself to look away, and said righteously, "Of course it's important business." Young Jifeng, is it serious business concerning the Qilin child? If she didn't know about the Young family, she wouldn't know about the Kilinzi. He didn't tell her anything about the Young family. She took the initiative to find out. Young Jifeng's mind was filled with romantic notions. Song Nansure, however, said seriously, "This is only one aspect." Young Jifeng? He asked, "Do you have other important business to attend to?" Song Nansure, "Of course." Young Jifeng. He was just being delusional. He said, "Tell me about it." Song Nansure, the records of prominent families in the Central Plains change over time. Young Jifeng nodded. Naturally, there are many aristocratic families in Zhongzhou, including 3 major families. The aristocratic families change frequently, and it would be too troublesome to publish a new family record every time there is a change. Therefore, the family records are updated automatically. Song Nansure then said, "Do you know what I saw in the update when I was clearing out the ferocious beasts in Saizan Mountain?" Looking at Young Jifeng's puzzled expression, she said, "The 3 major families, those in charge of criminal law and discipline, those who hated evil, and those who acted radically, in short, those whose interests did not align with those of the powerful families, all died in the purge." The cloud stopped and the wind paused. Song Nansure, for example, the law enforcement elder of the Chu family, and the sword master of the Hu family. She looked at Young Jifeng. "You count as 1 too, and you're the only one who survived." She asked a question that Young Jifeng had never considered. Back then, when the aristocratic families were purged, were they purging the ferocious beasts or you? Young Jifeng was stunned. He fought his way through the Sichuan mountains, so why would his family betray him? He couldn't understand it at all. But what if they had strangled him from the very beginning? Mount Saizan was a killing field specifically designed to target them. His fate was sealed the moment he entered Mount Saizan. Why did a large flock of pheasants suddenly appear on Mount Saizan after the extermination operation ended? Young Jifeng suddenly had an answer. If these young birds are related to powerful families, it's because those who could have hindered them are all dead, which is why they dared to release the young birds. So the ferocious beast that suddenly appeared in Mount Saizan was bait to strangle the opponents. Everything became clear. The questions that had puzzled Young Jifeng for so long suddenly had answers. Looking at his dazed expression, Song Nansure asked in confusion, "You know more about the aristocratic families of Zhongzhou than I do, right? Haven't you thought about these things? If you looked into them carefully, it would be easy to make the connection, wouldn't it?" Young Jifeng snapped out of his daze, thought for a moment, and said, "I usually don't want to go through that much trouble." Song Nansure, what if you encounter trouble in your daily life? Young Jifeng honestly said, "I just call them. If they can't beat me, then I don't bother them." Song Nansure, okay, high combat strength is impressive. She was exasperated. You're already battered and bruised, and your nascent soul stage cultivation depends on your Qilin blood jade. If you can't fight, at least use your brain. Young Jifeng thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll try my best to learn by doing, and you can help me use my brain." Seeing Song Nanshure's speechless expression, Young Jifeng couldn't help but laugh. It's not that he doesn't use his brain, it's just that he's rarely encountered a situation where he needs to outsmart others. He then asked, "What are your plans?" Song Nansure, as soon as we left Saizan Mountain, they sent people there. It was obvious they wanted to find us, the few who had escaped. They didn't want the matter of Saizan Mountain to be exposed for the time being. Young Jifeng, you want to interfere? Song Nansure thought of the blacksmith. She could ignore it, as long as she could harden her heart and watch as more and more blacksmiths appeared in Zhongzhou. She paused for a moment, then said, "Then I'll let it leak out." Young Jifeng looked at her and said, "Zhongzhou is the domain of aristocratic families. You have the Wuyang sect behind you, but the Wuyang sect is too far away to help you in the short term. Even if everyone knows what the aristocratic families don't want to reveal, it will be very difficult for the news to spread outside." Song Nansure laughed and said, "Then we need to find a way to make them leak it themselves." She looked at Young Jifeng and suddenly said, "Young Jifeng, you finally managed to escape. If the Young family notices us, it will be easy for them to find you." Young Jifeng interrupted her, "You tell me, I'll do it." Song Nansure paused for a moment, then said, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a cheer from behind, "Bravo!" Song Nansure was startled and turned around to see heads peeking out from behind the big locust tree, among which Jiangji's head was clapping frantically. "Song Nansure," she said expressionlessly, "come out." The group exchanged awkward glances and sheepishly walked out. Jiangji explained, "We didn't mean to. We were just out for a stroll." Song Nansure sneered, "You guys are out for a stroll in the middle of the night." No one spoke. Young Jifeng calmly adjusted his clothes. Then Zhu Xiu secretly said, "Actually, we can all help. I can contribute money. Yi Qingzhou, our Yi family will provide the dungeon." Yu Jiujiu whispered, "I'm learning how to destroy evidence of a body." Jiangji looked left and right, then said, "Junior sister, I'll hit wherever you point." Song Nansure, "You and Young Jifeng are truly brothers." She couldn't help but say, "Can't you use your brain?" Jiang Jicheng honestly said, "I usually rely on force." Song Nansure sneered, "No, that's not it. You usually rely on the protagonist's halo." It was clear that while this group of people were not afraid of powerful families, they were also not using their brains. Or rather, they don't use their brains in the right way. Song Nansher single-handedly mobilized everyone's thinking. She gathered everyone together and said succinctly, "It's very simple to get them to reveal themselves voluntarily." She said, "The bait, the identity." The next day, Yi Liho went to the headquarters of Dead Me. Within half an hour, the Dead Me headquarters suddenly started selling information about the people who escaped from Xizang Mountain that day to the Yun family. 4 people escaped from Mount Saizang that day. They were all disciples of the Wuyang sect, and they were also 4 senior and junior brothers and sisters. Their master was the sword master Bugui. This time, after reporting to their master, they went to Zhongrou for sightseeing with their friend Yi Liho. The Yun family immediately felt this was a difficult situation. Boundless sect, not the sword master. The Boundless sect is now a behemoth, and its direct disciples are all extremely precious. Their sect leader is also known for being unreasonable, which makes things difficult. Although the sword master of no return is cold by nature, if his 4 disciples were to die in Zhongrou, and at the hands of the Yun family, even the most indifferent person would not remain unmoved, right? TSK, what are the Wuyang sect disciples doing in Zhongrou city all of a sudden? They wanted to be on the safe side, but didn't want to get into trouble. Therefore, they cannot touch it. Moreover, none of the prominent families in Zhongrou are allowed to get involved. These 4 people must die silently. Just as they were thinking this, Song Nansher gave them the opportunity. So that night, Song Nansher went out alone under the pretext of enjoying the scenery. Before leaving, Song Nansher said, "Our status is our greatest asset. We can be bait, but not bait that disappears after 1 bite. We need to make them bite until they are stung and helpless, and still make a splash." She clicked her tongue. "I just don't know what tricks they'll use or how much trouble they'll cause. I'll go out alone so they can take action and defeat them one by one." Then, Song Nansher immediately found out. In this secluded place, Song Nansher saw a pheasant soaring through the air. It was bigger and fiercer than any pheasant she had ever seen. Song Nansher had no doubt that she would be powerless against this pheasant if it came down. But she was overjoyed. She took a step back and said, "Yun Jifeng." Yun Jifeng, wearing a mask, appeared out of nowhere. He subdued the eagle with a single sword strike. Song Nansher looked around, pointed in the direction of the city lord's mansion, and said, "Smash it there. Smash it as many times as possible, and make as much noise as possible." So, while the famous herbalist Gui Qing was still asleep, his home was vandalized. He crawled out of the ruins, disheveled and covered in dirt, and saw the people who had vandalized his house standing on a pheasant, with more and more people gathering from all directions. Someone asked what happened. The instigator put on a victim's expression. "How would I know? I am Song Nansher, a disciple of the sword master of the Boundless sect. I was just visiting a friend in Zhongrou. Who knew that when I passed by Xizang Mountain, I was almost killed by this thing there. And now this thing has even entered Zhongrou city. I say, is this how the aristocratic families of Zhongrou city manage city defense?" Brother Yaokai suddenly felt dizzy. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the schadenfreude of the cassia seed. "I'm waiting for you to lose money." More than just financial loss, his city lord's mansion and his plans were completely destroyed. Song Nansher chose the perfect time. It was the busiest time of the night market in Zhongrou city, when the nightlife was just beginning for both cultivators and mortals. The location chosen by Song Nansher was also very suitable. The city lord's mansion, the place where the most distinguished person in the city was nominally located. Normally, a fight in the city's downtown area might attract attention, but not much, because everyone is used to it. Even if a ferocious beast were to injure someone in the city, it would only be slightly more unusual than cultivators fighting in the street. But destroying the city lord's mansion would be a different story. City lord, celebrity. Even if the people of Zhongzhou City have never met the city lord, they will still subconsciously pay attention to the city lord's mansion. The audience's willingness to pursue celebrity hot topics and enjoy watching celebrity dramas has been a timeless phenomenon throughout history. If Song Nanshu rushed into the street and told everyone that a powerful family in Xizang Mountain was secretly hunting ferocious beasts, no one would believe her. But if a ferocious beast from Xizang Mountain ran into the city to fight cultivators and even destroyed the city lord's mansion, then this matter would probably become the hot topic in Zhongzhou City for the next half month. Ordinary people might initially just be watching the spectacle, wondering why the city lord's mansion would collapse, and then they might realize, oh, so there are ferocious beasts in Xizang Mountain, and they've even made it into the city. They may not be very vigilant, nor will they think much about it, but that's enough. Therefore, Song Nanshu's initial goal was to do everything possible to ride on the city lord's popularity and use the public's enthusiasm for gossip to break through the aristocratic family's information blockade. This may seem far-fetched, but the truth is that the more obscure and important the event, the easier it is to suppress the news. On the contrary, gossip, especially the most outrageous gossip, spreads faster, and the more it is suppressed, the more interested the audience becomes. Therefore, in Song Nanshu's place, this city lord's mansion is going to collapse today, whether it wants to or not. At first, she didn't know what methods those powerful families were going to use, but she was already prepared to do whatever it took to attack the city lord's mansion today, and then shout in the city lord's mansion that she had already been attacked in Xizang Mountain, and why she was still being attacked after entering the city. But who knew they would be so helpful, sending out a young bird? With both witnesses and physical evidence, there was now a very reasonable reason to destroy the city lord's mansion. Song Nanshu wished he could thank those aristocratic families on the spot. But thinking about it, it makes sense. She gave the identity of a direct disciple of the Wuyang sect. If they didn't want to offend the Wuyang sect, they would definitely have to do everything they could to shift the blame. The simplest way is to throw it at the ego. She is truly a living bodhisattva. Song Nanshu prayed to Buddha in his heart, while Gui Qing looked at his ruined city lord's mansion and felt his heart was bleeding. But he couldn't show it yet, because the bird that appeared openly in the city was far more serious than the collapse of the city lord's mansion. He prioritized the overall situation. He knew at a glance that this was a mess those idiots had made behind his back, but he still had to clean it up. At this moment, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Song Nanshu was telling the ignorant people around him about his experience in Xizang Mountain, saying that Xizang Mountain was full of these things, and even describing Xizang Mountain as a den of dragons and tigers. He also did not forget to complain about the city defense of Zhongzhou City in order to solidify his identity as a victim. Song Nanshu, I am a disciple of the Boundless sect. You all know the Boundless sect, right? The ignorant commoner nodded repeatedly. I know, they are real immortals. All the cultivators in the city have to curry favor with them. Then Song Nanshu said, just like that, my 3 fellow disciples and I almost perished inside, not to mention the others. Her simple and blunt description left the ignorant people stunned, and they immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The immortal disciples all perished inside. How could they possibly survive? Someone immediately said with concern, why haven't I heard anyone say anything about this? I almost went hunting in the mountains just a few days ago. Song Nansha, right. What are those aristocratic families good for? Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the aristocratic families. Right. They don't know? Seeing that they were about to continue, Guiqing quickly stepped forward to control the situation. He put on an indignant and excited expression. No expression at all. He was wearing a mask. However, it wasn't entirely the case that he didn't change his mask. At least after being persuaded to eat half a table of food at the restaurant, he switched from a full-face mask to a half-face mask. Then he stepped forward, wanting to take the initiative and control the situation. Who knew that Song Nansha was even more excited than him? The moment she saw him, she immediately turned her hand and pointed at him, shifting the blame. The city lord is in even worse shape. The city lord's mansion has been smashed to pieces. The crowd, who had come to watch the drama because of the collapse of the city lord's mansion, immediately found the center of the conversation and looked at the city lord with pity. Ghost Minister, you're the one who destroyed it. He took a deep breath and laughed. It's just a city lord's mansion. Trying to regain the initiative. However, Song Nansha clicked his tongue and exclaimed, how many spirit stones would that take? Ghost Minister. His heart ached. After finishing his sentence, Song Nansha looked as if he had said something wrong, covering his mouth and saying, I'm sorry, Lord Guiqing. I didn't mean to bring up your painful memories. I just felt so sorry for you. TSK, such a big mansion. I wonder if it even has a little over 100,000 spirit stones. Guiqing couldn't help but think about the cost of building the mansion. My heart ached even more. But the onlookers gasped in shock, exclaiming, wow! 100,000! This makes eating the melon even more enjoyable. The gazes falling on Guiqing were now filled with even more sympathy. Guiqing gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, only 100,000. He wanted to regain the initiative, but before he could even open his mouth, Song Nansha's fellow disciples suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Even though Song Nansha was not injured at all, they were terrified as if he were about to suffer a serious and incurable injury. Junior sister. Senior sister. Then, very quickly, before the city lord Guiqing could explain, and before the noble families could realize something was wrong and rush over to clean up the mess, they swiftly took Song Nansha away, giving Guiqing no chance to explain, nor giving the noble families any opportunity to make amends. Only the keywords Seed Song Mountain and 100,000 tales remain, sparking much discussion. A keyboard warrior who stirs up conflict and then retreats without a second thought. Guiqing knew then that his best chance to control the situation was gone. The saying, it takes only a mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of legwork to refute it, is not without reason. If a matter isn't resolved on the spot, the audience will only remember the most shocking, straightforward, and blunt statements. Coincidentally, both 10,000 Tales and the disciples of the Wuyang sect nearly lost their lives on Mount Saizang are terrifying enough. So when the powerful families realized something was wrong and sent people to clean up the mess, all they found was a ruined city lord's mansion and a city lord covered in black aura. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, your house. The faint voices of busybodies could be heard from the side, 10,000 Tales. Ghost Minister. Jiangji and the others carried Song Nansha back to the Yi family, calling her junior sister and senior sister all the way. Those unaware of the situation almost thought Song Nansha was going to die. Upon arriving at the Yi family's residence, Song Nansha finally struggled to his feet. Seeing that they were still not stopping, he clicked his tongue and said, "You've gone too far with your act." Everyone stopped, looked at each other, and couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, Jiangji was still worried. Is this really okay? Song Nansha stated frankly, it's possible, but not entirely. Jiangji asked in confusion, what do you mean? Song Nansha, after this performance today, the aristocratic families will definitely be unable to hide what they want to hide. However, their fear of us, as disciples of the Wuyang sect, will only gradually decrease as the situation develops. Song Nansha straightened his clothes and said, the ordinary mortals and cultivators in Zhongzhou City will probably be alerted. Next, we should consider how to make a clean getaway when those aristocratic families reach their limit of patience. Jiangji, so what do we do now? Song Nansha sat down at the stone table and drank a cup of tea. Wait for Yung Jifeng to come back. Half an hour later, Yung Jifeng returned from outside. After helping Song Nansha deal with the bird, he gracefully withdrew from the scene, circled around half the city to avoid any potential pursuers, and deliberately avoided them on his return journey. Upon seeing him, Song Nansha quickly asked, you weren't discovered by anyone, were you? Yung Jifeng adjusted his mask and said, no one can keep up with me. Song Nansha breathed a sigh of relief. Yung Jifeng's identity was not easy to reveal in Zhongzhou City, so when Yi Liho saw the information, she told him to only mention Song Nansha and the other three. However, they would definitely investigate further, and Yung Jifeng could not remain completely hidden, so she had to give him a good identity. Fortunately, Yung Jifeng put on a mask as soon as he arrived in Zhongzhou City, so no one else saw his true face. Yung Jifeng wasn't too worried about his identity, and simply said, on my way back, I heard a lot of interesting rumors. Song Nansha's eyes lit up. It's already spreading. That's great. By the time those powerful families realize it, it'll probably be too late. Yung Jifeng's expression was strange. He said, it's spread, but... He continued, it's outrageous. Jiangji asked on her behalf, how outrageous is it? Yung Jifeng, some people say that 4 disciples of the Wuyang sect came to Zhongzhou City, all of whom were at the nascent soul stage, but they all perished at Saizan Mountain, leaving no trace of their bodies. The group that suddenly became nascent soul stage cultivators. Yung Jifeng, some people also said that hundreds of flying ferocious beasts smashed the city lord's mansion, causing the city lord to lose millions. He then fought a fierce battle with the aristocratic families whose city defenses were not strong enough, resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses. Everyone. Song Nansha realized that she had indeed underestimated the ability of the working people in the cultivation world to spread rumors. Tisk. After everyone had taken a break from their busy schedules to chat about gossip, Yung Jifeng asked, what's next? Song Nansha remained calm, don't rush. Those aristocratic families are probably more anxious than us. Let's wait for Yi Liho first. I sent him to check on the situation. It was past midnight when Song Nansha and the others noticed that their fortune-telling system had refreshed, so they casually drew another fortune stick. Good fortune is coming from the east. A very auspicious sign. Those who responded to the divination, Song Nansha, Yung Jifeng, Jiangji. A string of names followed, all of them people close to him. Song Nansha. Does that mean they are going to collect money all at once today? She was puzzled and even wanted to take out her horoscope to cast a divination for herself, just as Yi Liho returned excitedly. As soon as he walked in, he exclaimed, great news. Song Nansha's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, what's wrong? Yi Liho couldn't hide his excitement and said, didn't you tell me to die and watch over those 2 assassins who went into Song Mountain with us, and tell them not to talk nonsense? After those 2 assassins came back, they were ridiculed for failing their mission, and they couldn't stand it and asked to leave Songzhou City. They're not a threat, but I got some good news. Song Nansha kicked him. Stop keeping me in suspense. Yi Lizhou immediately said, I've already paid you 3,000 spirit stones for the information I'm selling you. Moreover, those aristocratic families have already said they're willing to buy your information, no matter what it is, at least 100 per piece, with no upper limit. Upon hearing this, the protagonists were shocked, while the poor were overjoyed. Jiangji blurted out, those powerful families have wolves in sheep's clothing. We need to be on guard. What kind of good thing is this? Song Nansha immediately said, Okay. Go spread the word now and tell them that Song Nansha likes spicy food but doesn't eat onions, ginger, or garlic. Now she finally understands how collective good fortune comes about. The main characters were astonished. This can actually work. Song Nansha said confidently, They say they buy all the information, but I sell my own information. I'm keeping the profits within the family, so why can't I do that? Jiangji was confused, but if they do this, won't everything we do be reported to the powerful families for the reward money? Won't we be restricted in every way? Song Nansha smiled and said, Yes, but if others can receive rewards, why can't we? She said earnestly, Senior brother, you need to broaden your perspective. Since we're all going to be betrayed anyway, and we're all going to get the reward money anyway, we might as well let us earn it. As for our every move, who knows more than us? When the time comes, we'll be the biggest intelligence providers, and we'll wipe out all the others who want the reward money. Then, won't it be that whatever we say be the truth? She smiled and said, This is called walking someone else's path and leaving them with no path to walk. In short, I sell myself. Jiangji. He thought about it carefully. Then he realized it was really feasible. No matter how wealthy a powerful family is, they can't possibly pay for every piece of information that is repeated. So, when the time comes, it will depend on who provides the most comprehensive information. The powerful families will only buy information from that person. If their information contradicts that of others, they will also tend to favor the one who provides the most comprehensive information. Who has more information than them? Then, as Song Nansha said, others who want to sell information will be caught in the crossfire and die. And then this will happen. They are selling their own information. The powerful families bought their information from them. They really do believe whatever they say. The world where only aristocratic families lose money has been achieved. Jiangji. This outrageous method actually works. That's completely outrageous. His gaze toward the crowd was immediately filled with admiration. So this is how poor people think. He is short-sighted. At this moment, the poor man Song Nansha raised his arm and shouted, Share the money. The group happily divided the 3,000 spirit stones among themselves, and Yi Lizhou even went so far as to collect a whole bunch of useful and useless information to sell. He asked Jiangji, Brother Jiang, what is your cultivation level? Jiangji was in a daze, golden core. Yi Lizhou calculated, this news should be worth several hundred spirit stones. He laughed happily. Jiangji suddenly felt that they didn't seem to be doing something big that would make enemies of all the powerful families in the city, but rather that they were there to fleece them. Holding the spirit stones he had been allocated, he couldn't help but look at Yun Jifeng, who appeared quite calm, and exclaimed in admiration, You poor people actually have such ingenuity. I was narrow-minded before. You poor people clumsy. He wanted to refute the claim of being poor, but after touching his storage ring, he felt he had no grounds to argue. So he was also puzzled. This was clearly a tense and exciting event to confront powerful families. When did it turn into a competition to fleece them? But soon, the aristocratic families made them tense and excited again. The next day, when the aristocratic family woke up, someone suddenly came to their door, saying that because of the events of the previous night, they wanted to send a letter to calm the nerves of the disciples of the Wuyang sect. Jiangji immediately became serious. Could this be a trap? Zhu Xiu, however, was somewhat rational. He shook his head and said, in order to avoid provoking the Wuyang sect, they used a foolish move last night. There's no reason for them to make a move in such an obvious setting. They must be testing us. She seemed thoughtful. They probably still think last night's events were just a coincidence, and they're not sure if we know that Mount Saizang is related to them. Maybe they're testing us. She turned to look at Song Nansure, wanting to ask her what she was thinking, but saw Song Nansure stroking her chin thoughtfully and saying, the one who sent the invitation is the Yun family. Everyone immediately looked at Yun Jifeng again. Even Yu Jiujiu couldn't help but say, Yun Jifeng absolutely must not show his face. Song Nansure, however, said instead, no, let Yun Jifeng show himself. We have had Yun Jifeng with us since we came to Zhongyou City. It is easy to investigate. This is a good opportunity to create an identity for Yun Jifeng and let him pass through the open. Everyone, let's create an identity. Song Nansure looked at them and said, now, we need to give Yun Jifeng an inconspicuous but reasonable identity, and we also need to find a magical artifact that can disguise him. The ritual implements aside, but his identity. The group exchanged glances and immediately began brainstorming ideas. As a result, Yun Jifeng, the person involved, heard countless answers, some outrageous and some not. Jiangji, a guard, perhaps. This is not outrageous. Yu Jiujiu, a page boy. This is slightly outrageous. Yi Li's Ho, just tell me, who is this long-lost brother? This is a bit outrageous. Seeing everyone brainstorming, Zhu Xiu gave a cold smile. Then she said, third junior sister is keeping a gigolo. That's reasonable enough and inconspicuous enough, right? Who would want to chat with a gigolo? Everyone. Yun Jifeng. This is absolutely outrageous. He looked at Zhu Xiu expressionlessly. Zhu Xiu looked over without fear, her eyes even showing a hint of disappointment. Yun Jifeng? Whoever wants to be a gigolo, he can be one. Cough. But no one listened to his hesitant words. Everyone felt that the other party's identity was outrageous, and no one was willing to admit defeat. After some open and covert struggles, everyone reached a consensus and decided to draw lots. No one consulted Yun Jifeng, the person involved. Song Nansure made the decision, draw lots. Immediately, several identities were written on slips of paper and placed in the black box. Yi Qingzhou, who hadn't participated in the discussion, drew lots. Yi Qingzhou slowly took a sip of tea, slowly put his hand in, and slowly took it out. Open. Then he laughed. He looked at Yun Jifeng and said with a smile, Brother Yun, congratulations. Pretty boy. Yun Jifeng. He was still filled with longing but dared not express it, and in the blink of an eye, he became a gigolo. Yun Jifeng's vision went black. The pretty boy written in wild cursive script is wildly exaggerated on the white paper. Yun Jifeng fell silent, and Song Nansure also fell silent. Yun Jifeng's first reaction was that this was inappropriate. Pretty boy. No. However, he then realized that the prefix for this pretty boy was Song Nansure. Song Nanshi's pretty boy. He repeated those words to himself several times, and suddenly felt that with the addition of Song Nanshi, even the words pretty boy sounded much more pleasant. Even a strange, inexplicable sense of smugness rose deep within him. Yoon Ji-fin, realizing he was secretly pleased with himself, was speechless. Has he finally started to go crazy? Yoon Ji-fin managed to squeeze out the restraint that comes with being a Chin prince. He felt he had to stop this bizarre development. Even if he wanted to do something for Song Nanshi, how could he be a gigolo? Why can't he stand upright beside Song Nanshi? For example, Song Nanshi's Taoist companions. Thinking about it this way, he felt even more moved. In the silence, he glanced at the silent Song Nan, unsure of what she was thinking. So he coughed, and as everyone looked over, he said seriously, I think, rather than pretending to be Song Nanshi's pretty boy, why can't I pretend to be Song Nanshi? He was ultimately afraid of taking too big a step, so he didn't dare to say Taoist partner and compromised by saying fiancé. Even Song Nanshi, who was deep in thought, looked over. Zhu Xiu, who was still frustrated by Zhu Xiu's lack of ambition, was even more inwardly amazed. She thought this guy was a blockhead who didn't understand romance, but she never expected him to be more imaginative than her. She was initially relieved that at least Yoon Ji-fin wasn't truly clueless, but then coldly said, no way. Yoon Ji-fin frowned. Why? He seemed genuinely considering becoming Song Nanshi's fiancé or gigolo. Zhu Xiu reminded him, the fiancé of a direct disciple of the Wuyang sect must be of a similar status to that of the disciple. They value the direct disciples of the Wuyang sect, so they will naturally value you, their fiancé, who is on equal footing with them. If they ask about your background, how are you going to make up an identity that matches that of a direct disciple of the Wuyang sect? Zhu Xiu tapped a small note, but it's different for the pretty boys kept by the disciples of the Boundless sect. Who would want to know about a pretty boy's background or what abilities he has? As she spoke, she looked at Yoon Ji-fin suspiciously and lowered her voice, saying, You don't mean to think this is a selection of concubines for our third junior sister, do you? Yoon Ji-fin blurted out coldly, I'm not. Zhu Xiu looked at his cold and stern face. Is this the great demon who fought to the death with his senior brother in his past life? Old man Lu popped out of the jade pendant and whispered, He's getting anxious, he's getting anxious. Jiangji pressed the person back down. Zhu Xiu took a deep breath, looked at her thoughtful third junior sister, and asked, Junior sister, what do you think? Song Nanshi raised his head, his gaze focusing on Yoon Ji-fin. Yoon Ji-fin almost subconsciously tensed his back. Then Song Nanshi withdrew his gaze and slowly said, according to senior sister's line of thinking, a pretty boy is indeed more suitable than a page or a guard. A pretty boy may seem conspicuous, but he is not taken seriously. They might inquire about the guard's background, but they would never respect a pretty boy. They never imagined that their young master would act as her gigolo right in front of them on their own turf. As Song Nanshi thought about it, he suddenly felt that it was quite exciting. Then her gaze toward Yoon Ji-fin suddenly turned strange. Yoon Ji-fin? Why are you suddenly looking at him like that? He subconsciously tugged at his collar. Song Nanshi. She silently recited Amitabha Buddha twice in her heart. Once he calmed down, he continued, pretending to be a gigolo may seem absurd, but is actually quite reliable. He's sick. The number of feasible but flawed ideas has increased. Seeing that she agreed, Zhu Xiu immediately said, Then let's. Before he could finish speaking, Song Nanshi raised his hand. But I have another question. Zhu Xiu, what? Song Nanshi calmly replied, A pretty boy is nice, But the problem is I'm so poor. How could I possibly be willing to spend money on him? If I don't spend money on him, what's the point of him being with me? Is it true love? Everyone. Yoon Ji-fin. Very well, that's a problem. Ju Shio remained silent for a while before asking tactfully, so, third junior sister, have you considered another issue? Song Nansher. Ju Shio, a direct disciple of the Wuyang sect, or even a direct disciple of Lin's Peak, shouldn't be this poor. Song Nansher. Is it my fault? She said expressionlessly, but I'm sorry, I'm just that poor. Ju Shio calmly replied, I know, but another reason I made Yoon Ji-fin your gigolo is to make you pretend to be a rich woman. She said tactfully, I'm afraid people will think you're too poor and suspect we're fake disciples of the Boundless sect. Song Nansher. She is a legitimate disciple of the Wuyang sect, but she pretends to be a rich woman because she is afraid that others will think she is faking it. Doesn't anyone think this is outrageous? Her incredulous gaze swept over everyone. Everyone. Jiangji said tactfully, Junior sister, I've actually wanted to ask this for a long time. We're both disciples of the Boundless sect, so how come you're so strapped for cash? Even Yu Jiu worriedly said, third senior sister, second senior sister is right. Outsiders wouldn't think that a direct disciple of the Wuyang sect would be so poor. It would be troublesome if they really thought we were swindlers. Even Yi Qinzhou coughed and said, actually, when I first saw Miss Song, I also wondered if my brother had been deceived. Fortunately, Brother Jiang and the others have the demeanor of disciples from a major sect. Song Nansher. Therefore, in order to prevent others from thinking she was a fraud, she had to lie to them and say she was a rich woman. What kind of magical realism is this? Despite this discussion, both Song Nansher and Yoon Ji-fin received their assigned tasks. Song Nansher pretended to be a rich woman. Yoon Ji-fin pretends to be Song Nansher's gigolo. It's quite reasonable that the direct disciple of the Wuyang sect is a wealthy woman. It's perfectly reasonable for a rich woman to keep a gigolo. Reasonable, but outrageous. So they began to disguise themselves. Yoon Ji-fin's biggest problem is that he can't go to the banquet with such a face. Even if continuing to wear a mask can be explained as the patron's preference, not showing his face will inevitably arouse suspicion. Yi Qinzhou then said slowly, my ancestors left behind a magical artifact called the face-changing pearl, which can change one's appearance. I'll rent it to you for 5 spirit stones a day. Yoon Ji-fin instinctively tried to bargain, but Ju Shio immediately said, how could a pretty boy like you possibly save money for his sugar daddy? Get rid of your bargaining habit. Then she said, this is on the company's expense, I'll pay for it. Song Nansher felt an urge to become his senior sister's gigolo. Yi Qinzhou took the money and smilingly retrieved the face-changing pearl. Song Nansher couldn't help but wonder, how come your ancestors had everything? Yi Qinzhou modestly replied, after all, my ancestors were once wealthy. Then a group of people took the face-changing pearl and pondered what kind of face they should give Yoon Ji-fin. Ju Shio, realizing that she was ultimately going to be Song Nansher's gigolo, asked, what kind of girl does junior sister like? Song Nansher's gaze involuntarily fell on Yoon Ji-fin's chest, and he couldn't help but think, this is not bad. But she still maintained a righteous expression and said, to be a pretty boy, one must have rosy lips and white teeth, but disciples of the Boundless sect would never like someone who is weak and frail, so one must also have a heroic air. So everyone racked their brains and created a face for Yoon Ji-fin that was red lips and white teeth, yet also had a wild and savage look. To be honest, it fits Song Nansher's aesthetic perfectly. But when this face appeared on Yoon Ji-fin, She looked at it from left to right and suddenly felt that this face, which was very much in line with her aesthetic sense, was just not pleasing to the eye. No one looks as good as Yoon Ji-fan himself, she thought to herself. So when Ju Shio asked her if she wanted to change her figure, Song Nansure subconsciously chose to refuse. This way is still the best. Then it was time to change clothes. Not only should Yoon Ji-fan be replaced, but Song Nansure should also be replaced. Yoon Ji-fan should dress like a gigolo, while Song Nansure should dress like a rich woman. However, Yoon Ji-fan had never been a gigolo, so he naturally had no idea how a gigolo should dress. He could only get advice from a male cultivator who considered himself knowledgeable. Song Nansure is different. She has never been a rich woman in her past life or this life, but that doesn't stop her from thinking every day about how to show off her rich woman status when she becomes rich. Therefore, Yoon Ji-fan's advisors and Song Nansure himself had their own understanding of the concepts of gigolos and rich women. Ju Shio, this truly wealthy woman, couldn't get involved at all. She could only go to clothing stores and jewelry shops and bring back a bunch of clothes of various colors, watching them choose. The atmosphere at the scene was lively and enthusiastic. Ju Shio ran back and forth, looking here and there, but the more she looked, the colder she felt inside. On Yoon Ji-fan's side, a group of ignorant male cultivators made full use of their imaginations about the profession of gigolo, and played the miracle Ji-fan under the increasingly dark expression of Yoon Ji-fan. Jiangji, pink. A real man wears pink. Yi Li-ho retorted, I think this floral one is better. It's much more eye-catching. Yi Qingzhou, trying to amuse himself, said, this red and green combination is also quite nice, it's festive. A bunch of garish clothes were piled haphazardly on Yoon Ji-fan's body. Song Nansure was quite opinionated and had a very specific aesthetic sense. She loves all clothes and jewelry that immediately conjure up images of wealth. For example, a robe embroidered with gold thread. For example, a crown with at least 10 gems. For example, heavy earrings. Ju Shio watched helplessly as she dressed herself up as a walking jewelry stand. She even asked Yu Jiojio with complete self-righteousness, is this rich enough for a woman? Yu Jiojio stared in disbelief. That's enough, that's enough. Ju Shio closed her eyes. She thought, that's enough. She originally thought that the main event today would be a trap, but who knew that her fellow disciples would give her a good beating first? She couldn't stand it any longer and rushed forward, saying, let me help you. Meanwhile, Yi Qingzhou, having finished watching the spectacle, finally said before Yoon Ji-fan's patience reached its limit, I'll do it. Two true experts stepped in. So, half an hour later, the rich woman Song Nansure and the pretty boy Yoon Ji-fan were finally made to look presentable. After Ju Shio finished applying the last touch of makeup to Song Nansure opened her eyes and saw herself in the mirror. With delicate eyebrows, red lips, and skin as white as snow, she wore a vibrant and flamboyant red dress, like a proud and passionate young girl who had been pampered since childhood. Ju Shio looked at her with a sense of pride, like a mother seeing her daughter grow up, and asked, how is she? After staring at it for a while, Song Nansure muttered, holy crap. Ju Shio. That one sentence completely ruined the atmosphere she had created. Song Nansure immediately followed up with looks like this, why would I need to find a gigolo? Who knows who would be getting the better deal? I could eat 2 extra bowls of rice just looking at myself. Ju Shio was both amused and exasperated. Junior sister, this is how you really look. I'm just wearing makeup, not disguising myself. I don't know if my junior sister was praising her cooking skills or praising herself. The two of them went outside, and Yoon Ji-fan's side was almost done as well. Jeongji and the others stood outside the door waiting, and when they turned around and saw Song-nan, they were stunned. Jeongji blurted out, "This is my junior sister." Song-nan rolled his eyes at him. Jeongji immediately patted his chest and said, "That's right, this is my junior sister." That familiar, incredibly reassuring eye roll. He smiled, about to say something more, when the door opened and Yoon Ji-fan came out. He looked up and saw Song-nan, and Song-nan saw him too. Yoon Ji-fan was stunned. He suspected that he had seen the most vibrant red camellia blooming in the entire mountainside. He was momentarily at a loss for what to do. He subconsciously looked away and saw the necklace around her neck. It was the one he gave me. For a moment, my heart pounded like a drum. While Yoon Ji-fan savored the taste of love alone, Song-nan's inner thoughts were quite simple. She suspected she had encountered a green tea connoisseur. Why is he called a green tea spirit? Because Yoon Ji-fan was wearing a light blue robe, which, combined with his red lips and white teeth, made him. It has a strong male green tea vibe. I heard that Yi Chin-shou dressed him up. Oh, that's not surprising. She was pondering how to compliment her newly minted pretty boy when Yoon Ji-fan suddenly said, "This in-law suits you very well." Song-nan was taken aback, looked down, and said, "I think so too." The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. After nightfall, Song-nan and his companions, who had already made preparations, were picked up by a carriage sent by the Yoon family and taken to the Yoon family. Before leaving, Song-nan deliberately stuffed Brother Donkey into Yoon Ji-fan's storage room, which could hold living creatures. No one knew what she was going to do with it. She only said that it might come in handy later. The Yoon family's carriage circled most of the city before finally taking them into a rather spacious mansion. Then I went inside. At the same time, Yoon Ji-fan let out a cold laugh. Song-nan subconsciously looked at Yoon Ji-fan, and then heard Yoon Ji-fan transmit his voice and say, "This is the side gate of the Yoon family. They are not opening the main gate, probably because they want to give you a warning." Song-nan, are there really that many rules in a large family? But if you give such a show of force to a group of people who don't understand the rules of a big family, isn't that like throwing a flirtatious glance at a blind person? Song-nan remained calm and allowed them to be led into the main hall by a group of servants. Then we started drinking tea. After a cup of tea was brewed, a man who looked like a cultivator hurried over and said with a smile, "Everyone, unfortunately, the patriarch has something to attend to, so please wait a moment." Song-nan then realized that the Yoon family was truly dissatisfied with what they had done last night, so dissatisfied that the family had to use this method to intimidate them. It's estimated that the rumors circulating in the city have caused them quite a bit of trouble these days. But since they are so dissatisfied yet dare not speak out openly because of their status as direct disciples of the Wuyang sect. Before Yu Xiu and the others could speak, Song-nan suddenly put down his teacup with a thump, neither too loud nor too soft. Everyone immediately looked over. Before the cultivator could look over, Song-nan said calmly, "The patriarch is busy, and it seems the other cultivators in the Yoon family are quite busy too. We haven't seen a single person along the way. In that case, we won't bother you any longer. Perhaps we can come another day. Senior brothers and sisters, let's go." Upon hearing this, the group immediately stood up. The cultivator, not expecting them to show him no respect whatsoever, panicked for a moment and hurriedly said, "You flatter me, you flatter me." Song-nan completely ignored what he was saying, embodying the image of a wealthy woman from a powerful sect who was arrogant and haughty. However, just as they stood up, they heard laughter outside the door. A young man led a group of cultivators in, and as if nothing had happened, he said with a smile, "I was rude. My father was busy and I was held up again. I apologize for the delay." Song Nanshu remained silent, adopting a willful demeanor while Zhu Xiu and the others exchanged pleasantries. He then used telepathy to ask Yung Jifeng, "Who is this person?" Yung Jifeng said calmly, "He's my cousin." Song Nanshu understood. Yung Jifeng is the young master of the family, but the master is not his father. The master is the father of the guy in front of him. If it weren't for Yung Jifeng, this guy would probably be the master of the family. It would be a miracle if his cousin, the head of the family's own son, could see through the clouds and find the wind pleasing to the eye. Now that this person is still the head of the family's son, Yung Jifeng has become a gigolo. She couldn't help but worry whether Yung Jifeng would feel sad about this change in status. Just then, after Jiangji and the others finished exchanging pleasantries, the atmosphere became harmonious again, and everyone began to introduce themselves and greet each other. Seeing that she had the upper hand, Song Nanshu knew when to stop. She acted like an ignorant young girl who couldn't stand being taken advantage of but was easily coaxed when others humbled themselves. She raised her chin and introduced herself, Song Nanshu, the third disciple of Lin's Pit of Wuyang sect. Yung Jifeng, the cousin, smiled and said, "My name is Yung Tan." As he spoke, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss Song has an extraordinary grace. When I came in just now, I almost thought she was a fairy descended from heaven. I was truly embarrassed." Song Nan didn't see the loss of composure. She only felt that this person had some skills. If it's that oily, others would say it's a huge oil field, but he insisted on expressing genuine admiration, as if he truly believed it. "And if you say that, you probably really think he's some kind of naive girl who wants to flirt with her." Just as Song Nanshu was about to brush it off, Yung Jifeng suddenly raised his hand and took Song Nanshu's arm. Song Nanshu stiffened for a moment, but quickly recovered, adopting an attitude of being used to it. But she couldn't help but wonder why Yung Jifeng was adding this drama to his life. Yung Tan narrowed his eyes, a hint of displeasure in his expression. He quickly recovered, smiled, and asked, "And who is this?" Song Nanshu's heart skipped a beat. Without making a sound, he turned slightly to the side, blocking half of Yung Jifeng's body. She heard Yung Jifeng chuckle, and he spoke in the fake voice that Yan Zhu had attached to his voice. He gave him the pseudonym they had given him, Mew. His voice was calm, but for some reason, Song Nanshu detected a hint of pride in it, Song Nanshu's. He said it word by word, "Pretty boy." Song Nanshu. "Everyone. Why are you so proud of being a gigolo?" This young master from Yutang looked completely dumbfounded. Song Nanshu was also dumbfounded. But luckily, she was thick-skinned enough. After a moment of silence, she said without changing her expression, "Yes, you can call him here." Puff! Caught off guard, Jiangji spat out his tea upon hearing the address. He hurriedly put down his teacup, coughing as he said, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." His lips twitched when he lowered his head. Zhu Xiu was more composed than him. After her hand trembled, she regained her composure and even tried to defend her senior brother, saying in a reproachful tone, "Junior sister, you know perfectly well that your senior brother doesn't like you acting like this outside." The story depicts a rebellious junior sister keeping a gigolo, causing her senior brothers and sisters endless worry. Compared to the other two, Yu Jiujiu was the most composed. It was just that the rabbit in her arms was almost strangled to death in an instant. It seems that the name here is more offensive to its own people. Song Nansho remained expressionless throughout, letting Yoon Jifeng cross his arms, and calmly looked at Yoon Tan. Yoon Tan's lips twitched. However, young Master Yoon Tan must have been quite adept at maintaining his composure. He remained speechless for a moment before quickly regaining his senses. But he definitely couldn't bring himself to call her here. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Young Master Mu." His attitude was surprisingly kind, and his expression didn't even change. However, the scrutiny in her gaze turned into undisguised contempt, as if she looked down on his gigolo status, and even though she tried her best to hide it, it was still evident. The initial vague wariness and probing towards those who had come with them had largely dissipated. Yoon Jifeng, who was acting like a gigolo, seemed completely oblivious and simply nodded at him. Seeing this, Song Nansho patted Yoon Jifeng's hand and said in a reproachful tone, "Here, hurry up and greet young Master Yoon." Then she noticed that Yoon Jifeng's hand, which was supporting her arm, trembled. Song Nansho thought he was also taken aback by the term "here," and thought to himself that Yoon Jifeng's tolerance for such things was really lacking. This was nothing compared to what he had experienced. Little did he know, Yoon Jifeng was involuntarily thinking, what if Song Nansho also called him by his real name? The wind? Yoon Jifeng. That's weird. It wasn't as moving as when she pronounced Yoon Jifeng in a clear and crisp voice. He was lost in thought for a moment. Yoon Tan noticed that even after being reminded by his sugar daddy, he remained indifferent, as if he didn't even notice him. Yoon Tan couldn't help but frown. Are all gigolos this arrogant nowadays? But he quickly recalled how this pretty boy had jumped out to prove his identity and assert his dominance when he had deliberately said those ambiguous things to test this Miss Song earlier. How? She must see him as some kind of love rival. A gigolo who uses his looks to please others will only have eyes for that kind of thing. Yoon Tan felt even more contemptuous, but on the surface he became even more tolerant. He said, "The banquet is ready, and I'm sure you're all waiting impatiently, so please come and take your seats with me." He then led them out of the main hall and to the waterside pavilion where a feast was laid out. Just moments ago, Yoon Jifeng was holding Song Nansho's arm, but now he was walking side by side with her, subtly stepping half a step to protect her, a protective stance that left no trace. He makes me feel very safe, but he's not a gigolo. Yoon Tan glanced at him and said, "Miss Song is very kind to this young Master Mu. In our Yoon family, if a junior member oversteps the level of the head, he can be considered arrogant and rude. But young Master Mu doesn't seem to have that concern." As Song Nansho listened to his subtle attempts to sow discord, he thought to himself, that's probably because Yoon Jifeng was used to being the young master when he was in your Yoon family. There weren't many people who could make him the last in line. And now he's just started out, so he's not very good at being a gigolo. He still needs to hone his skills. But on the surface, she said in a serious tone, "I can't help it. I just like this kind of thing. I like people who are a bit arrogant." Yoon Tan. Yoon Jifeng, who was half a step away from her. Jiangji staggered, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Song Nansho could only pretend not to see it. Yoon Tan seemed to fall silent after hearing her words, and after a long while hesitantly said, "Then Song Gunyang's taste is truly unique." Song Nansho thought to himself, that's quite tactful. However, there was no way around it. Yi Qinzhou had dressed Yoon Jifeng up as a male green tea, a manipulative woman, but so far, apart from revealing his gigolo identity when flirting with her in Yoon Tan earlier, Yoon Jifeng had nothing to do with being a green tea. Song Nansher could only make her taste in gigolos a bit more unique. So she replied without changing her expression, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiangji's shoulders began to shake even more violently. Seeing this, Song Nansher wished he could just go up and kick him a couple of times. Just then, Yoon Jifeng whispered in his ear, "You like this kind of pretty boy?" Song Nansher: "Jiangji is one thing, but why are you causing trouble?" She replied telepathically, "I like gigolos who don't spend my money." Yoon Jifeng suddenly became thoughtful, and Song Nansher had no idea what she was thinking about. After a long and arduous journey, they arrived at the waterside pavilion. After some polite refusals, everyone sat down and began engaging in meaningless small talk. After about 15 minutes, the patriarch, perhaps having finally calmed them down, walked into the waterside pavilion with a smile on his face. He was a handsome middle-aged man, around 10 years old, who bore a resemblance to Yoon Jifeng. He entered with a bright smile and said, "I'm late. Please forgive me." Song Nansher forced himself not to look at Yoon Jifeng. Then she discovered that this patriarch's intuition was terrifyingly strong. He met them, and after scanning them one by one, his gaze landed on Yoon Jifeng. If Song Nansher hadn't been certain that Yoon Jifeng's face didn't resemble his previous one at all, she would have thought that Yoon Jifeng had been recognized by someone. Then the head of the Yoon family casually looked away and said with a smile, "All right, everyone, stop standing and take your seats." Song Nansher sat down with a calm expression, but a sense of unease crept into his heart, wondering if he had been too arrogant and reckless. But the moment Yoon Jifeng sat down, he subtly squeezed her hand. Song Nansher felt relieved almost instantly. Yoon Jifeng knew his uncle much better than Song Nansher did. If he thought he would be recognized by his uncle, he would not have agreed to Song Nansher's plan on the spot. Unless he is certain he will not be recognized. At the same time, the head of the Yoon family was also sending a telepathic message to his son. "Who is that young man in blue clothes?" Upon hearing this, Yoon Tang's eyes flashed with disdain, and he transmitted his voice, "Just a gigolo." The head of the Yoon family subconsciously looked at Yoon Jifeng and saw him holding Song Nansher's hand under the table. His eyes flickered, wondering if he had been paranoid these past few days. When he first saw this male concubine after entering, he thought he was seeing Yoon Jifeng. But as for male concubines, given Yoon Jifeng's pride, even if he were hunted down to the brink of death, he would never become someone's male lover. Perhaps he really did see it wrong. He couldn't help but rub his temples, but remained cautious as he looked at Song Nansher. At this moment, Yoon Jifeng had already let go of her hand. He then smiled and said, "I heard a few days ago that there was a young man wearing a mask with Miss Song. Is this the one? Such a handsome man, why is he wearing a mask?" Song Nansher remained expressionless, took a sip of tea, and said, "It's just a small personal interest of mine. I hope you won't find it amusing." This clearly indicates that further questioning would involve the unspeakable relationship between the sugar daddy and his lover. The Yoon family head couldn't bear to lose face, while Yoon Tan recalled Song Nan's words, "I just love this taste." The Wuyang sect is truly enlightened. However, when Song Nansher said this, the male concubine beside him remained calm, which further dispelled the doubts of the Yoon family head. Why become a gigolo? It's all for the money. But Yoon Jifeng's personality was proud to the core. When he was still in the Yoon family, no matter how luxurious the clothes, food and other luxuries his peers enjoyed, he never cared about those gold and silver. Even when he was being chased and was in dire straits, he never did anything to rob others to get through the crisis. How could he possibly become a gigolo for money? But if it's not for money, could it be for true love? Oh. Thus, the Yoon family head's meticulous consideration became even more certain. This could never be Yoon Ji-fin. He was mistaken just now. He was always confident in his judgment, and now that he was so certain, he casually looked away, as if paying attention to such a self-degrading gigolo again would be an eyesore. As a result, he also began to feel dissatisfied with Song Nansure. To attend the banquet hosted by the Yoon family with male concubines shows a blatant disregard for them. However, this also proves that these proud sons of the boundless sect are probably used to being willful and never care about other people's opinions. Disciples who do not return to the Venerable One. He picked up a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. They didn't want to provoke the Wuyang sect, which was thousands of miles away, but if necessary, these costs wouldn't be too severe. Just look at whether they will become this necessity. Then, Song Nansure saw that the Yoon family had suddenly become very enthusiastic, subtly inquiring about their whereabouts during the toasts. Song Nansure felt that she probably wanted to find out how much they actually knew about Mount Saizan. The group strictly adhered to the persona of disciples from a major sect who were righteous and hated evil but were also simple-minded and easily deceived. They only angrily denounced the ferocious beasts of Mount Saizan, and then asked Zhongzhou City how they planned to deal with the beasts, acting as if they had no idea that the beasts were related to them. The Yoon family head then took the opportunity to apologize to Song Nan for the attack by the ferocious beast in Zhongzhou City, and said that ferocious beast was quite strong. Miss Song was able to escape unharmed. She is truly a young talent. Song Nansure said frankly, "This is not my achievement." Before the Yoon family had suddenly looked over, Song Nansure apologized to his chief master in his heart, and then said, "Master left me a few sword energies, thanks to Master." It's quite normal for a master to leave behind a sword aura for self-defense for a young and weak disciple. The last bit of doubt in the Yoon family head's heart dissipated. It seems that this group of people really just happened to be there and were lucky enough to escape twice. They really don't know anything. In that case, they won't actually discover anything. The head of the Yoon family immediately offered him an even more enthusiastic toast. After drinking a few cups, Song Nansure felt that he couldn't let them keep drinking like that. Not to mention that they actually had another purpose for this trip. If they were really drunk and stayed overnight, even if they didn't dare to do anything to them, they would inevitably do something to them. We must act quickly. Song Nansure immediately pretended to be drunk and leaned against Yoon Ji-fin, while pinching Jiang Ji, who was sitting on his other side, with his other hand. Jiang Ji was being pinched so hard he almost cried out. When he turned around, he was glared at by Song Nansure. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized Song Nanshure's thought process and immediately asked, "Junior sister, how did you get so drunk?" Everyone at the banquet immediately looked over. Jiang Ji looked at the Yoon family head with difficulty and hesitated. Could we borrow a guest room from the family head? My junior sister can't hold her liquor. The Yoon family head said, "That's for sure." He waved his hand, intending to have his servants take Song Nansure away. Jiang Ji spoke first, saying, "Here, take your junior sister over there." Yoon Ji-fin was already holding Song Nansure and about to get up when Hye called out to him, and he almost dropped her. He took a deep breath. Yes. The handsome young man picked up the girl and left with his servants. When the Yoon family head saw that Hye almost dropped someone while hugging them, he became even more certain that this person had absolutely no connection with Yoon Ji-fin. Yoon Ji-fin isn't that weak. On the other side, Yoon Ji-fin, feeling extremely weak, carried Song Nansure into the guest room and then used an excuse to send the servants away. He turned his head and saw that Song Nansure had already sat up. His eyes were clear, and there was not a trace of drunkenness in him. He then asked, "What do you want to do?" Song Nansure then asked him in a low voice, "Are you familiar with this place?" Yoon Ji-fan chuckled lightly, "Familiar." Song Nansure rubbed his hands together, then released Brother Donkey from the storage ring. Upon hearing this, Yoon Ji-fan was released. As soon as the donkey came out, it tried to bray, but Song Nansure grabbed its muzzle and pinched it shut. Then Song Nansure looked at it and asked, "Brother Donkey, do you still remember how you brayed when you were in Seedsong Mountain?" Brother Donkey looked back at her blankly. She was uncertain, and so was Song Nansure, but this was just a trial, and if it didn't work out, she could think of another way. So she said, "If you can call out the sound of Mount Saizan, then I will." She calculated that the last time it cried out was at a life or death moment, something that, for the donkey, could be comparable to a life or death situation. "Song Nansure, I'll give you 100 spirit stones to spend as you please." 100 spirit stones would be a huge financial burden for Song Nansure. Fortunately, she can still sell information to powerful families and take advantage of them, otherwise she really wouldn't be willing to do it. Brother Donkey's eyes lit up. It kept nodding, assuring itself that it could make the sound. Song Nansure wasn't sure if it could make the deer call of Mount Saizan again, so when Yoon Ji-fan looked over, he explained, "Brother Donkey's deer call can intimidate the young bird. I want to know if the young bird is only found in Mount Saizan now, or if the aristocratic families also have them. You take Brother Donkey to a secluded place near the Yoon family later, preferably far away from here so that no one will associate it with this place. If it really makes that call, bring it back quickly. If the Yoon family also has a young bird hidden away, Brother Donkey's bray will definitely cause a stir in the Yoon family, and they will certainly be suspected." Yoon Ji-fan had to come back before anyone could check on him. Yoon Ji-fan didn't ask any more questions. Seeing that the servants he had sent out hadn't returned yet, he stuffed Brother Donkey into his storage ring and climbed out the window. Song Nansure closed the window, looked around, took out the doll he used when he was learning medicine as a child from his storage ring, stuffed it under the covers, and then lay down next to the doll and lowered the bed curtains. So when the servants hurriedly returned, they saw Song Nansure and her lover lying on the bed in broad daylight. The group exchanged glances and quickly withdrew. Meanwhile, after leaving his guest room, Yoon Ji-fan headed straight for the courtyard where he used to live. Given his uncle's personality, the courtyard that once belonged to the young master would no longer be inhabited when he disappeared. The scenery flashed by all along the way, and he knew the patrol times of each guard. This is where he grew up. He originally thought he would feel somewhat resentful, but unexpectedly, his heart was calm only about the task that Song Nansure had assigned him. He soon arrived at his original courtyard, and as he expected, there was no one there. After he landed, he should have released Brother Donkey first, but for some reason, Song Nanshure's words came to his ears. "I like gigolos who don't spend my money." If that's the case... Suddenly, Yoon Ji-fan walked through the wall into the room as if he knew the way, heading straight for his bedroom. Everything here is exactly the same as it was before he left, but there are traces everywhere that have been disturbed and then restored to their original state. He glanced at it briefly, then opened a hidden compartment without changing his expression. The hidden compartment showed no signs of having been opened and was not discovered by them. Inside lay some books he had originally thought were very valuable, as well as some confidential correspondence. There is also a storage ring. This was something he considered the least important thing back then. When he was still the young master, he didn't care about his private property. All he owned were the spoils of each mission, which he mostly distributed to the disciples who followed him. So all his remaining assets were in this storage ring, which contained about 20,000 spirit stones. Yung Jifeng would never have imagined that the first thing he would do after returning to the Yung family would be to get his money back. But now, a word suddenly flashed through his mind. Wife's allowance. He clenched the storage ring in his hand and walked out. Then he released Brother Donkey. Call. Song Nansher did not hear the deer's cry again that day, not knowing whether it was because they were too far away or the donkey deliberately did not attract attention. But when she noticed the ground suddenly shake and then chaos erupt outside, she knew that Brother Donkey had succeeded. The Yung family really does have a pheasant. The thought had barely crossed my mind when a knock came from outside. It wasn't the voice of a servant. The footsteps sounded more like those of a guard. Song Nansher glanced out the window without speaking. When the knocking sounded a second time, accompanied by shouts from the person who had entered, Song Nansher finally spoke, his tone sharp. What do you want? There was a pause outside before someone said, Miss, the Yung family has been burgled. I am worried about your safety. Song Nansher interrupted him in a rude voice. Do you think I don't know if there's a thief in my room? Or does your Yung family think I'm the thief? The person outside paused. No, but please forgive me, young lady, this is a routine check. Knowing that further delay would likely backfire, Song Nansher said with great dissatisfaction, Wait. The people outside also said, Miss. Song Nansher, can't you even wait for us to get dressed? The meaning was self-evident. Song Nansher thought he could stall a little longer, but suddenly heard someone outside say, Master, young master, what's going on? Then came the voice of the Yung family head, Let's come and see Miss Song. Song Nansher's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, my senior sisters couldn't hold him off. We can't let them in. She glanced at the doll beside her, intending to open the door first and fool them into thinking Yung Jifeng was there. But when she turned her head, she saw the window open silently and Yung Jifeng jumped in. Song Nansher's eyes lit up instantly. Just as she was about to lower her voice, Yung Jifeng raised his index finger to his lips and whispered, I'll go open the door. He walked past Song Nansher, who suddenly said, Wait. Then she walked straight over, glanced at him, first reached out and took off his hairband and threw it on the ground, letting his black hair fall down, then reached out and grabbed his collar. Yung Jifeng instinctively blocked her way. Song Nansher glared at him, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. Yung Jifeng paused, stiffly lowered his hand, and his heart pounded like a drum. Song Nansher then directly tore open his collar, revealing his undergarment and a small patch of his muscular chest. She then said, Go ahead. Yung Jifeng's mind went blank. He turned around in a daze and walked over stiffly. The situation outside was still chaotic. Zhu Xiu and the others racked their brains to stop the Yung family head, but they didn't dare to stop him directly. They could only say that their junior sister was a woman and could not trespass. But if we continue to block them, it will probably backfire. Song Nansher sat back on the bed, put away the doll, raised her hand to remove the hairpin, and let her carefully combed hair become messy. Yung Jifeng took a deep breath and opened the door. The commotion outside the door immediately ceased, and everyone turned to look. Nian. Jiang Ji gasped. Zhu Xiu gasped. Yu Jiujiu strangled the rabbit to death. The Yung family head was dumbfounded. He looked at Yung Jifeng, whose clothes were disheveled, and then looked past him at Song Nansher, who was sitting on the bed with his hair disheveled. He gasped. This. In broad daylight, under the clear sky. This is absolutely indecent. He instinctively asked, What are you doing? Song Nansher stood up and smiled. It's nothing, just one of my little hobbies. Everyone. In the end, Song Nansher and his companions were politely escorted out of the Yoon family's main gate. The group's eagerness was like sending away a plague god. Standing outside in the cold wind, everyone was momentarily unsure whether their eagerness stemmed from the unexpected incident at the banquet or from. During the Southern Song Dynasty,